Please call the roll.
Alderman Kennedy. Here. Alderman Boyd.
Present.
Alderwoman Davis. Alderman Kotar. Here. Alderman Ogilvie.
Here.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Here.
Alderman Bosley. Alderman Oldenburg.
Present.
Chairman Rhodey.
Present.
7 present. You have quorum.
Okay, our initial item today was, and we're so hopeful that we get to this, is we were having Dr. Purnell from Washington University come down and talk about dismantling the divide. It was going to be a presentation that we think will take about 45 minutes. We were going to put that on first, but rather than wait, we'll put him on when he gets here, but we have a full agenda, so we'll get started now. For the first bill, why don't we pull up Alderman Cohen from the on board bill number 202. Alderman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. You have the board bill before you, but I have some handouts for you that are prepared by SLDC. I shouldn't take too much of your time this morning. This is a board bill that creates a redevelopment area, Chapter 99 redevelopment area that was heard before the Planning Commission earlier this week. Essentially, this is hopefully another tool in the toolbox for interested parties that would want to work on the very long closed Cleveland High School property. And essentially what it does is it creates opportunities for developers to receive tax incentives within the area. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. There is no developer currently identified for any of the properties. There's no master developer for the Chapter 99. There's no development planned for Cleveland High School at this time. This is simply a precursory measure with the hopes that SLDC would actually do some work to identify development opportunities. And we know how well that goes.
Alderman Kennedy, any questions?
No questions.
Alderman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderwoman Davis has requested to acknowledge that she is necessarily absent today. Alderman Kotar.
No questions, Chairman.
Alderman Ogilvie.
Good morning.
Good morning, sunshine.
Do the lengths of tax abatements in this bill comport with our incentive map?
My understanding is that there's no explicit language that would say otherwise, so yes.
I just mean the map we recently...
Right.
The new map shows up to 15 years for parts of Dutch towns, and those areas are in this area.
Great.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you identify who you are?
Oh,
for
Zach Wilson from SLDC.
So we do these sometimes where we don't have a developer identified, and we just, to speed the process along, if a developer comes along, we pre-authorize.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. We do this occasionally where we don't have a developer identified, but we authorize the tax abatement ahead of time to sort of speed things up if a developer is identified, and then we assign, them as the developer. There's been some confusion on how long these things are valid for if there's no developer assigned. What's your read on that in this case?
I'm going to defer to SLDC on that because that's a matter that I currently have some questions on myself and some level of frustration on as well. So I'll let SLDC answer that for you.
On the new ones, it spells out in the board bill. I believe it's 5 years. Right
5
now.
years?
Yes. Dale, can you?
I don't remember what this one said.
Okay.
And it could be amended to add years on too, also.
Got it. And what's the procedure for extending that if we get to 5 years? And
It would come in front of the Board of Aldermen.
Okay. And then developers could be assigned to, the idea is probably not going to be that one developer is assigned to this entire area, correct? It's multiple developers could be assigned different parcels?
So, as I mentioned, there is no master developer that's identified for this area at this point in time, so the idea would be to, Alderman Ogilvy, this is a big if there are micro developers that are interested in pursuing tax abatement, they would approach SLDC. Long-standing relationship with SLDC at this point, and don't have extreme confidence in their ability to recruit developers to do micro projects in my ward.
But our hope is that this bill will improve the opportunity to do that. Yeah. Okay.
This is Dale Rusas. Let me, if you look at the plan, which is attached to the bill, under section C is the proposed schedule for development, and actually in this one, because it's so large and there's so many possibilities, we have written in 10 years as the time in order to complete the project. So we'd anticipate within a year or so we'd get at least someone, may not be that master developer, because this includes a lot of individual houses. So if someone wants to do a major rehab on an individual house, it would apply to that as well. But it would give up to 10 years to complete the project. And then SLDC is approved, or LCRA rather, has approved a process for amending that time frame. And what they've done is they've said if it's just a year or two, the LCRA board could extend it. But if we need to, and of course we're talking about years from now, need to extend it more than 4 years, then we'd have to come back to the Board of Aldermen. So there's a lot of time built into this to complete this complex project.
And then how do we intend to let people know that this has been authorized?
So my understanding is that SLDC will put out an RFP on their website to solicit responses with regard to this particular project.
Okay.
Correct.
And SLPS owns Cleveland right now, correct?
Correct.
Right. This is not directly related to the bill, but it's been some of our desire that SLPS would take steps to list some of these properties on the National Historic Register prior to...
The building is already on the National Historic
is?
Register.
Okay.
It's a William B. Etner building.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's helpful. That delayed a project in my ward by like 2 years. So, okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No question.
Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions. Good luck, Alderman.
Alderman Kotar, did I miss you or did I?
No, you
Okay.
you asked me.
I don't have any questions. I guess kind of a comment or for SLDC. Dale, we're going to be hiring hopefully some additional planners, and a project like this really, to me, begs for like a TIF district. I know the comptroller historically has had some issues with TIF districts, and we've done them very, very sparingly, and usually, which is, if I could go ahead and plead the cause for the alderman from the 25th ward, is a disservice.
As I've already pledged.
Is a disservice to some of the ports of the city that have lack institutional support. Having a public entity kind of guiding a TIF district process, I think would be very instrumental or potentially, very helpful in an area like this, as well as some of the other distressed communities. And are we doing any, I thought that when we were reconfiguring the commercial district program that we were going to kind of start trying to use them more as community organizers, and, you know, having a community organizer affiliated with, you know, something like this where we would actually go in and do a TIF district. Are we making any progress in that area at all?
Well, I mean, we of course have reorganized the commercial district folks in some of this area as part of the NORSA development, which is sort of where it's targeted. But in terms of organizing the commercial users in this area, the retail users, I'm not aware that we've gotten, you know, very far in that process. And with regard to a TIF, I mean, I certainly am not opposed to TIF. I don't know that we've ever, not that we can't do something new, but I'm not aware that we've ever speculatively put together a TIF without having some developer in hand to be, you know, the beginning of putting it all together. So this may well become a TIF district at some future time, but I think we would need to identify a developer, particularly I think of Cleveland High School, to begin that process, so we have some ability to, if a special allocation fund is set up, to make sure that there's going to be some funds put into that special allocation fund. Because without some major project, I don't think it would have much meaning.
I would agree that you need a catalytic project, probably in an area
Yeah,
like
but
this,
if one of those services in the process of this, to add a TIF to some or all of this area would be
But it's just that
very
it gives
helpful.
you the ability to begin coordinating and modulating the tax abatement with the developer and taking a portion of that perhaps and doing infrastructure and some of the other things that will actually end up, you know, creating, you know, additional development opportunities. We got a long agenda today, so I don't want to spend much time on this. But I would encourage that we begin thinking about that as we start to deploying some additional planners that we're going to hopefully pick up from.
Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
If there's no other questions on Board Bill number 202, I'll entertain a motion that we pass Board Bill number 202 out of the committee with the do-pass recommendation.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you move that. Was that Alderman Kennedy? Alderman Kennedy moved, seconded by the Alderman from the 7th. Madam Clerk.
Alderman Kennedy.
Aye.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis. Alderman Kotar.
Aye.
Alderman Ogilvy.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Aye. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
7 aye votes.
Thank you for your favor.
Okay, Dr. Purnell has arrived, and I believe, how are we doing over there, Terrence? Are we about ready with the projector? Well, I'll go ahead and, as a politician, I can always eat up a couple minutes here. Maybe by way of introduction, for those of you who haven't been with us before, we can spend a couple minutes and kind of try to explain what we're doing. We spent much of the last several years going through incentive reform, and we've gotten that to a point where we believe that we're heading in the right direction, but we're waiting for an economic development plan. We're about a year away. Our committee has kind of adopted an approach, a mission statement that we're primarily interested in. Our primary focus should be on the economic viability of the city and the well-being of its residents. So the use of incentive reform, use of incentives to go ahead and preserve our economic viability. In other words, how do we pay to get the grass cut in the park, and how do we pay our police officers and firefighters and everyone else? So we're very concerned about our viability, but not completely congruent with that goal, but certainly a substantial portion of intersection would be the well-being of our residents. So having put the incentive reform on pause, we're going to be spending the next year or so taking a look at housing. Our committee is housing, urban development, and zoning. So housing is an important component of the well-being of our residents, and something which is in the purview of this committee. So we're going to be spending some time kind of understanding the substantial trade-offs in that. I guess by way of background, I think I am the most senior alderman and probably been involved in most of probably more redevelopment than any of the other elected officials currently serving in the city. We have a lot of younger members. And what I have come to realize is that as you begin redeveloping an area, there's lots of various trade-offs that come. And the trade-off between trying to create value, in other words, as more people want to move into an area, the prices go up. And as prices go up, vacant lots get filled and vacant buildings get fixed and all kinds of really good things happen. But the counteraction to that is about the perhaps lower income residents who lived in the area before, and how do they fare as the neighborhood changes. And I spent most of my 30 years down here so worried about, and I'll honestly admit this, I was so worried about the viability of the neighborhoods that I represented in the area I represented, which I have now participated in the revitalization of Botanical Heights, Forest Park Southeast, Central West End, Cortex, and the old arena site. So I've been through quite a few of these, and I was so concerned about the viability of those areas. That was my primary concern, not that I wasn't concerned about how people were treated within them. Throughout that process, we've created literally hundreds of affordable houses to help mitigate some of the impact of the changing property values. But there are a whole series of trade-offs, and I know that a number of the members of our board down here are very concerned about what those trade-offs might mean. And so we're going to take most of the next year, I think, and try to begin understanding what some of those issues are. We started last week with our own doctor, Gerard, who gave us an overview of revenue for the city. Today, we're going to kind of take a step back, and we're going to hear from Dr. Purnell on a project that he and a number of other groups have worked on, much of which I think is very commendable. And I shared emails. We're not going to try to set you up, doctor, or anything, but I shared some concerns with the doctor, which I hope we raise, which I think will focus on some of the trade-offs that we're talking about. And then next week we're going to come back, and Gerard is going to go ahead and take us through some of how we're expending money right now. And now I'm just going ahead and talking while we're keeping an eye on this. Seeing if, Doctor, do you have something that you could start us with without slides, or otherwise I've been known to do a little tap dance routine.
First of all, I want to thank you very much for the invitation to address this committee. It's a pleasure to be back here with the Board of Aldermen. Just by way of introduction, I'm Jason Purnell, Associate Professor in the Brown School at Washington University. And as Chairman Rohde mentioned, the project that we've been working on is actually a report that was released in April of last year called Segregation in St. Louis, Dismantling the Divide. And this was a partnership between our project, formerly called For the Sake of All, currently Health Equity Works, and a number of other partnering organizations. We had a release of that report on UMSL's campus back in April as part of EHOC's annual convening, and also in commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act. And we were actually quite gratified to have Richard Rothstein come and keynote that event. As many of you know, Richard Rothstein authored a paper called The Making of Ferguson, and more recently a book called The Color of Law, about how government at local, state, and federal levels enforced segregation in the United States, very often created segregation where it didn't previously exist, and all of the ways that if we're going to actually have equal housing, we're going to need to unwind over a century of housing policy. And it turns out, and hopefully my slides will cooperate at some point, but I often start off by saying that St. Louis is at the center of this history of segregation. And it turns out that we've actually been innovators in segregation in the St. Louis region, which is not a distinction that we want to have, but one that is true. So we end up passing one of the first municipal zoning ordinances that explicitly racially segregated a metropolitan area in 1916, which was quickly overturned by the Supreme Court in 1917, but then moved to other tactics like racial restrictive covenants, where white neighbors, very often sponsored by the local church or civic organization, contractually obligated one another never to sell their homes to African Americans. And of course, that was overturned by the Supreme Court in Shelley versus Kramer, which originates here in St. Louis. And I often remark, actually learned this from Rothstein's book, that that was a 6-0 decision in Shelley versus Kramer, because 3 of the justices on the Supreme Court had to recuse themselves because they lived in neighborhoods with restrictive covenants. That's how pervasive this practice was in the United States. A whole host of tactics and techniques have been used to segregate major metropolitan areas like St. Louis, and St. Louis ranks among the 10 most segregated major metropolitan areas in the country consistently, depending on who's doing the analysis, 5th or 6th in terms of residential segregation in the St. Louis region.
Terrence, would another computer help by any chance? Or? Do we have a volunteer for another computer? If you could share with Terrence here, that was kind of a hint for somebody on the committee or somebody.
Probably need some HDMI.
That's a good sign.
That looks promising.
Are you just having trouble pulling up the? Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
Can we maybe move the projector a little to the left? So just a little bit more context as we wait for the slides to open. I spoke with Colin Gordon, and some of you may be familiar with his book, Mapping Decline on the City of St. Louis and its history, and asked him, how was St. Louis unique in terms of this history of residential segregation? What he noted was that St. Louis was one of the first stops as African Americans were leaving the South in large numbers starting around 1915 in what would become known as the Great Migration. And because it was one of those first settlement spots, it was one of the first places where you begin to see this friction between residential segregation between African Americans moving into a northern city in large numbers, and then we're seeing these policy decisions that grow up around that, and that the kind of racial animus that we saw develop in St. Louis essentially had more time to take hold in St. Louis. All right, I think we're in business. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work on this. Okay, we can go. You go ahead. Go ahead. This is a map that's showing you just one measure of residential segregation for the St. Louis region. This includes both the city of St. Louis and St. Louis County. And you can see that this is what's called the dissimilarity index. You can see the areas in green are the least racially homogeneous, and the areas in orange and red are more racially homogeneous. The way you want to think about the dissimilarity index is how many people of one racial or ethnic group would you need to move from one neighborhood into another neighborhood to make it a balanced neighborhood, to make it reflect the racial composition of the entire region. Next slide, please. Next slide. So as I mentioned, there are a number of tools and techniques that pop up. First, we have explicit racial zoning, but we see things like racial steering, restrictive deed covenants, and redlining. I'm not going to go through all these in extensive detail, but it's important to know that the sort of multiplicity of methods and techniques that are used to enforce segregation. Next slide, please. And I already mentioned the citywide racial zoning ordinance 1916, and the ordinance provided for a reasonable provision whereby gradually such blocks may become in time occupied wholly by either white or colored people. So it was explicit in the language, and that ordinance passed by over 70% of the vote in 1916. Next slide, please. Oops, lost our signal. The next slide was showing actual language in restrictive deed covenants. Restrictive deed covenants that I mentioned earlier in terms of explicitly barring the sale of property to African Americans. A lot of that language is actually still in the indentures of subdivisions throughout the St. Louis region. It takes a little bit of legal maneuvering to get that language out. So fast forward from the 1920s, when restrictive deed covenants are sort of in their heyday, to post-World War II. And what we see is, well, let's back up. Pre-World War II, around 1937, we have the Homeowners Loan Corporation going to every city, every major city in the country, and drawing these maps in terms of whether or not the federal government would insure and back mortgage lending in those areas. And that's where we get this notion of redlining from. And the red lines were drawn around areas of cities where there was predominantly African-American population. It's still difficult to get mortgage lending in areas that were redlined by the federal government over 70 years ago. The Shelley versus Kramer decision of the Supreme Court was ignored by the FHA, the new FHA under the Roosevelt administration. They explicitly had guidance that said we're going to ignore Shelley versus Kramer, and we're going to require that developers who are building developments in the new suburbs must have these racially restrictive covenants in their agreements in order to receive funding from the federal government. We also know that the FHA is largely subsidizing the movement of white families out of central cities, like the city of St. Louis, into the suburbs, where the policy for African Americans was to create public housing, like Pruitt-Igoe and other developments that we know were not successful in moving people to greater opportunity. So we see this mismatch, and we also see a disinvestment in areas that are predominantly African-American population. As we see this subsidizing of movement of white families to the suburbs, obviously we're seeing the growth of suburban communities. Those suburban communities are using the tools of zoning to move from racially explicit exclusion to exclusion that doesn't have race on its face. So zoning for large lot sizes and single-family homes, and making sure that multifamily housing isn't developed in order to keep lower income and African-American populations out of those municipalities. So that the map of segregation that we have in the St. Louis region is really drawn by a series of policies over several decades at multiple levels of government, local, state, and federal government, with the cooperation of the banking industry, the insurance industry, the real estate industry, where it was actually against the code of ethics of the real estate industry to sell homes to African Americans, also written into policy. So we have this collection of policy that has really drawn the maps of residential segregation that we currently have in the city of St. Louis and the broader St. Louis region. And the set of recommendations that are at the end of this report are really an attempt to address that legacy. It's not as if we can say, we'll start here, and this will be day one, and not address the cumulative disadvantage of multiple decades of separating people from opportunity. And this isn't just about having a house to live in. We also know all of the things that are connected to where you live. Perhaps most importantly, the majority of Americans have most of the wealth that they have accumulated in home equity. And because of these policies, separating people from opportunity, barring people from living in areas where homes are appreciating in value, we see a tremendous wealth gap between the African American population and the white population in particular. One analysis showed that at the current rate of growth, the average African American family, it would take them 228 years to catch up with the average wealth of a white family. And that's not holding constant the growth and wealth of the average white family. So it's not as if you've caught up in 228 years. You've caught up with 2017 wealth in that 228 years. and it would take the average Latino family 84 years to close that gap. So there's no amount of personal responsibility or individual effort that's going to overcome that kind of gaping chasm in wealth accumulation. It's going to take thoughtful and strategic policy to unwind what's really been kind of a disastrous century of housing policy in terms of racial and economic equity in the St. Louis region and in the rest of the country. That's really, and I also want to hasten to add that there are a limited number of tools available to municipal governments to redress what are some federal responsibilities in this area. So the Fair Housing Act is passed in 1968. There's no actual effective teeth to it until the 1980s, and we're still struggling with having it fully enforced. We certainly need federal intervention, but there are things that can be done at the local level to increase the availability of affordable housing, to think about how we do development equitably, and to more consciously include not just racial and ethnic diversity, but economic diversity throughout the St. Louis region.
I'm sorry, Doctor, I'm embarrassed for the situation here. Are we getting close there? Okay. In deference to the time, I think we probably would all stipulate down here that we have a long history of segregation in St. Louis, and well, I think the history would I think it would be very interesting for us all to understand and know that, but what I think we're really interested in is focusing on some of the remedies, and that's why I would like that we at least have your slides for that so that we can go through that and do we have someone that we can get copies of the slides, or? Huh? Well, if we're close, what happened before? Did you run out of juice or something? Oh, well. Okay. Can you make copies with the slideshow going, or will that stop? Oh, so you have a copy of that. So why don't, as a fallback, you start on that, and maybe we can get. Maybe we can get a volunteer to. Would one of the committee would somebody? I'd do it myself, except for I think I ought to sit here. So we could have somebody help advance the slides for the.
I can do it.
Gerard will do it for us. Maybe I'll do a little tap dance, and while we're waiting for that to come up, because beforehand I've read the recommendations and traded an email or two with the doctor, and wanted to kind of share some of my own experiences and what I think some of the older people should look for as their neighborhoods begin changing. I lived in the Forest Park Southeast neighborhood, grew up there. It was predominantly a working class white neighborhood that eventually became predominantly African American. It had substantial amount of disinvestment. We began having vacant buildings and all the other challenges that neighborhoods have, as did the Botanical Heights to the south of it, which at the time was called McCreetown. And we had tremendous amount of disinvestment. And subsequent to that, we've had reinvestment, and the neighborhoods have changed. The African-American population has gone down, white population has returned. I believe that we have made substantial investments in the area. The public has in the way of affordable housing to help mitigate some of the challenges or some of the complaints of gentrification, but still probably the biggest criticism I have or I receive is what's happened to the neighborhood and how it's become gentrified. And so we're kind of in this paradox where if you begin creating an environment of reinvestment, you can actually run into situations of displacement and you start becoming a dog kind of chasing its tail. And my real interest in this is trying to figure out a way of defining what success is and what is good, because and the sooner that we as a city figure out where we want to go and what success is, and we're all not going to agree perfectly, but if we can reach some sort of consensus, I think we can develop a policy and move forward. What's going to be challenging is not having a policy, and it reminds me of a soccer team that is used to winning, and suddenly they're losing, kids soccer team, and they're all yelling at each other, blaming each other, and they play a lot worse when that's going on. Whereas if we can kind of just figure out what success is and what we'd like to see, then we can go ahead and begin formulating a set of policies that will hopefully get us there. And I think some of these things, I'm sorry, what I was trying to say is that if we all don't know what success is and can't agree on what success is, it's very hard to formulate a set of policies to get us there. Once we agree on what success is, or what is, where do we want to go, then it's going to be much easier for us to formulate a set of policies that will get us there. That's I think much of what Dr. Purnell has is something that we can incorporate into what we're doing, but there are some trade-offs, and understanding what those trade-offs are. It's not like absolutes, everything ought to be this way about increasing value, or everything ought to be about providing affordable housing. There's a balance, and understanding what that balance is, and we as policymakers can come to some sort of sense of where that is. I think that will help us move forward. Otherwise, if we can't reach some sort of consensus, we'll be down here fighting all the time. Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Purnell, for your presentation. And I kind of got an understanding of what you're trying to do and what you're talking about. But you kept referring back to the laws that were already on the books that had never been changed that would assist in the underprivileged communities where African Americans pretty much live in, that could help those communities. How could we play the role to help that? Because to me, St. Louis, we keep talking about this elephant in the room, but we're ignoring it at the same time. And so my question is, how can we as legislators down here start moving the needle to start helping those deprived neighborhoods and bringing some of those issues in? I keep hearing people saying the flight, where people are moving out of the city and moving in the suburbs. Well, now they want to come back because they're tired of riding the highways for hours to go home.
Right.
And so now I'm looking at us as communities are going to be pushed out because they feel that they could get the land cheaper and they can rebuild those communities. But my problem is I have constituents that have invested 50 to 60 years there, and they shouldn't be moved out. So how can we down here help to, make it easier for our communities?
So I think I want to start by saying you've already done some things that are in the right direction. So one of the recommendations is fully funding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that the City of St. Louis has. And And there have been recent developments where that has happened. The city of St. Louis is also somewhat unique in our region in having a source of income anti-discrimination ordinance, which means that folks who have Section 8 vouchers, it is illegal in the city of St. Louis for landlords to discriminate against them.
Okay.
I think in answer to your, so the large answer to your question, and I wanted to follow up on something that Alderman Rohde said, what we're finding is, as you mentioned, an increase in more affluent whites moving to the city of St. Louis and African Americans leaving. My colleague Molly Metzger shared some data with me on just one zip code in the city of St. Louis, 63110, which lost over 40% of its black population between 2000 and the most recent census data that covers 2013 to 2017. And at the same time, lost about over 40% of households making $35,000 or less a year. On the other side of that, increased by 366% the number of households making $100,000 or more, and also saw an increase in the 22% increase in the white population. So we are faced with the challenge, as Alderman Rohde, I think, rightly points out, of how do you balance growth with equity?
Right.
And I think there's too often in our
I
conversations,
think we got enough that we're sharing up here. We'll try to get some more over here. So more coming, but you all can share, can't you?
I think too often in our conversations we're pitting growth and equity against one another, and I don't think that that's the right way to think about this. There's a group called Policy Link, and I like the way that they talk about this, where equity is the superior growth strategy. So having the ability to and I'm just going to, in the interest of time, skip to the slides that have recommendation at the top of them. These aren't numbered, but it's towards the back of your packet. I think we have to look at equity as a value that is consistent and congruent with growth. The more opportunity that is available to all populations in the St. Louis region, the more growth we're going to have. There was an analysis done by an economist named Raj Chetty that showed the cities where there is, actually, he can get down to the hyper-local areas, but the St. Louis region ranks 42nd out of 50 large metro areas in terms of economic mobility, which is the probability that a child who's born in poverty is going to make it out of poverty. And segregation was one of the factors that accounted for that lag in economic mobility. And this makes intuitive sense. If you're not giving all of your people the opportunity to succeed,
Right.
you're not going to have a viable economy, and you're not going to have the kind of growth that the city of St. Louis wants to see. Now, you can achieve that growth by attracting middle income and upper income residents back to the city of St. Louis. But you still have an unequal, you still have an imbalance where you'd be better off creating more opportunity. So I follow the recommendations of a scholar named Patrick Sharkey, which says that for the most impoverished households, it probably is a good idea for them to move to areas of higher opportunity. It's probably better for them to be able to move. But in areas where you can stabilize a neighborhood, investment should be made in stabilizing that neighborhood. And that's among the recommendations that we're making. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund, fully funding that is part of that recommendation.
Doctor, can you just, is this the page that you're, if you could
Yes.
just go- Okay. so
That
if we
first
could all
page of
kind
recommendations.
Make sure we're all on the same page here. It's recommendations. Everybody sees that?
Creating a greenlining fund does the very same thing in terms of stabilizing. You're talking about these residents who've spent 50 or 60 years in a neighborhood. Well, it's very difficult for them to get a loan to renovate their homes. It's very difficult for somebody to get a mortgage in some of these distressed neighborhoods. So a greenlining fund would further subsidize some of that lending. And we're already seeing movement in that direction with several banks and other partners coming together around the creation of a greenlining fund. As I said, mobility programs like the one Ascend STL runs out of the St. Louis Housing Authority provide the opportunity for people who have those Section 8 housing vouchers to move to areas with greater opportunity, to move to areas where there are better services, amenities, schools, safety, and other things that are necessary to have a productive life. So we think increasing the investment in those kinds of programs makes sense. And as I said, the City of St. Louis is already leading the way in terms of source of income anti-discrimination ordinance. We'd like to see that for St. Louis County as well. We do think, and this is relevant to the purview of this committee, that there are ways to reform the use of TIF and other tax incentives to make sure that development is happening in equitable ways as well. Looking at, obviously we can't subsidize our way out of every distressed city or every distressed neighborhood in the city, but are there ways to strategically and holistically look at development that can stabilize more distressed areas that may be adjacent to stronger areas, or look at ways to provide incentives for developers to provide affordable housing in new development. It's not a case that, and in part of the exchange with Alderman Rohde over email and the meetings that we've had, it's most certainly the case that we have sufficient supply of affordable housing, but a lot of it is de facto affordable housing. It's affordable housing where the quality of that housing may not be up to the standards that we would like to see for the residents of the city of St. Louis and the broader St. Louis region. It's not enough to have affordable housing available in the region. It has to be affordable housing in areas of opportunity in order for people to be able to thrive. And the research supports that. The evidence supports that. Just being able to afford rent is necessary but not sufficient to have the kind of life outcomes that we want for people. Some of that stabilization of strong neighborhoods is what's envisioned in that next recommendation, and we already have an effort here in the St. Louis region called Invest STL that's currently working in 2 neighborhoods and looking to expand its operations, trying to support community development in areas that are stable enough to hold some of that investment. So that's what I mean by that 2-pronged strategy of stabilizing those areas that can be stabilized and then supporting mobility where mobility makes sense for people. Looking at community benefit agreements is another area that gives neighborhoods some legal leverage to make demands in terms of what happens when development happens in their neighborhoods, and having some legal teeth to those community benefit agreements all falls in with the recommendations of equitable development and allocation of resources. And then in terms of the third area of recommendation, housing and neighborhood stability, really looking at, some of you may have read Matthew Desmond's book, Evicted, where he talks about in detail the phenomenon of eviction. And what we know is that African-American, low-income African-American women are overrepresented among the population that faces eviction. Strengthening, our partners talked a lot about preventing eviction before it happens, and making sure that we have preventive resources in place, but also that we are following the law as it currently is. So we're not illegally locking people out, that we have a robust set of tenant rights where people can seek redress when landlords are acting in ways that are not legal. But also trying to find ways to support people in the process prior to eviction, and also having some resources for people after eviction has occurred. Eliminating unfair nuisance ordinances is really about some nuisance ordinances that have been enacted in the St. Louis region where residents are afraid to call 911 for a domestic abuse case. I heard one story of a woman who was having a heart attack and was afraid to call 911 because it might impact her residency. That kind of enforcement of nuisance ordinances is certainly detrimental and harmful to the well-being of residents. That is not to say that we ought to neglect nuisance properties or that we ought to ignore drug dealing or other illegal activity that's happening in a residence. But we can be thoughtful and strategic about the ways in which we try to enforce the ordinances that deal with nuisance properties. And the final recommendation is really an aspirational recommendation that I sometimes joke the other partners let me put that recommendation in. But it's really about, and I don't think, some people get impatient with rehearsing some of the history around this. And I think the history is important to keep in mind. The thought here in creating consciously inclusive communities is not that we have diversity and inclusion by race and ethnicity and economic status by accident, but that we actually make that part and parcel of our decision making and our policy making. That we make conscious efforts, just as those neighbors who came together in the 1920s made a conscious effort to keep people out and legally back that up. What would it look like to create communities where we're welcoming people in and creating the kinds of supports that make every neighborhood in the St. Louis region both racially and ethnically diverse and economically diverse, and we do that on purpose. Because we've done a whole lot of stuff on purpose to harm people. We've done over a century of things on purpose to harm people. And we're still doing some things on purpose to harm people. So it really is about shifting that conversation, shifting the paradigm, and it's going to take more than municipal government to get that done. It's going to take neighbors and business and industry, but we do know that this is the superior growth model. We know that people want to live in vibrant, diverse cities. We know what it means for the state of Missouri to have a travel ban from the NAACP, or what it means for us to have this reputation as a place that is unwelcoming. That has economic consequences. That's not some ancillary side issue conversation that we can tackle once we've figured out the important problems. So I really hope that this is an opportunity to think about, and my colleague Hank Weber has started a conversation around this in a presentation that he's been giving about the ways in which equity and growth complement one another. They're not in competition with one another. The way that they complement one another and get us to what we all want, which is a stronger St. Louis region.
Thank you.
What I thought, Doctor, if it's all right with you, is I'd like to make a couple comments to kind of set this up, and I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of devil's advocate with you, although I hope you take it in the right way. And then we'd go through the committee and provide the committee a chance to, ask a question or two. And we don't want this necessarily stop here today, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I guess having, you alluded to a study that Dr. Metzger had done in the 63110 zip code, which happens to be Botanical Heights and Forest Park Southeast, so I'm pretty familiar with the history of that, and lived it. I'm actually fairly proud of what happened over there, and I think that most people down here would view that as a success, in the sense that I think most people consider that neighborhood, at least I would hope they consider it a diverse neighborhood. We've done some things to assure that there are some residents, that some of the housing there is going to remain affordable, at least for the next several decades. The challenge I think, I have had, and I think some of the others will have, is when you're wanting to end segregation and you're already a segregated society, you're talking about somebody moving somewhere, and that would either mean moving African Americans out of North St. Louis over time to other areas, which is going to reduce demand for housing in North St. Louis, and we have a number of elected officials up here who would like to try to keep as many people, in their areas. Alternatively, it would mean getting more people to move in, assuming white people moving in, and as that happens, you're going to see happening in North St. Louis what happened in the 63110 zip code, which means that you're going to have economic changes. And I guess I'm having trouble trying to reconcile, in my mind, if what happened in 63110 was bad, what is good? Am I making myself clear at all?
Yeah, and I don't think the argument that what happened in 63110 is unqualified bad. I think there's been positive developments in 63110. The question is about balance, not about an either-or good-bad dichotomy, but the complexity of trying to account for the fact that you've had a precipitous decline in the African American population and the low-income population at the same time that you've had an increase in an affluent, mostly white population. We can't divorce that from a history of displacement of African Americans over several decades. This is sort of a movie we've seen the script to, and we know how it plays out. And the only way to arrest that process is to have conscious policies on the front end that attempt to, as you say, set aside a portion of affordable housing, think about ways in which we create throughout all of our neighborhoods in the St. Louis region a balance across racial and ethnic and income groups within those neighborhoods. Well, so there's nothing right now to there's nothing right now that might arrest that particular neighborhood or any neighborhood like it from becoming 100% white and affluent in the future. How do we think creatively on the front end about maintaining a mix of both income and racial and ethnic diversity is the question.
We can certainly discuss this a lot more, but I don't want to dominate the whole conversation today. Alderman Kennedy, Alderman Boyd.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Dr. Purnell. Thank you so much for the work that you do. I'm always challenged by universities, and I listen to your presentation. I think about the neighborhood I represent. I think about the interactions that I've had with students of Washington University, where they come into the community, they communicate with the residents, the business owners, and they talk about the social issues and the injustices, and they do some kind of report in their class, and we really don't hear too much more about it after that. And I often wonder, because I'm more familiar with Washington University, that's closer to my neighborhood, where's the social conscience of Washington University? And I say that to say, I look at all the development that has happened around that campus. I listen to the chatter about the students are told, don't go north of Delmar, don't go too far that way. And that's in, I'm told, in some of their, when they first get there and they talk about, man, what do you call that?
Orientation.
Orientation, yeah. Thank you. And I look at all these opportunities that exist in a neighborhood like mine. I look at Martin Luther King Boulevard, and I look at economic development opportunities, and I look at housing development opportunities, and then I think about how the universities could really play a very important role on helping stabilize the neighborhood like mine, as they did in Forest Park Southeast when they creatively created a nonprofit organization. They gave incentives for employees to move in those particular neighborhoods, and of course it was close to the medical center, and it made a lot of good sense. But where's the social justice for communities like mine when you look at an institution like Washington University?
So Washington University, and I'm not here to defend Washington
I know
University.
you're not, and I hate to put you on the spot with that, but I want to raise that conversation,
No, I think
because I've tried for
I think
a
it's
decade.
a fair conversation to have. Washington University has recently extended that housing benefit to employees further north to include neighborhoods that are north of what was Skinker to Bolivar was the northernmost. There are now moved further north, and I don't have all the details on exactly what that footprint is, but I know that that has been expanded within the last 6 months. Are there other opportunities for the university to invest and develop? I would venture to say yes. I know that my school, the Brown School, is partnering with Better Family Life, which works in the North City corridor along Page, and has been providing support to that organization in its efforts to create development. So it's certainly not something that I am. It's not something the university is ignoring, but I'm not going to say that there isn't more that the university could do. In terms of research efforts, I can only speak for the work that we have done, and I can certainly say that this has not just been an academic exercise where we released a report and then called it a day. This has been several years of work to try and address the kinds of inequities that we've brought to the awareness of the St. Louis region.
Right. So my challenge is, there are a lot of you've done great work. There's a great report, but I still want to hold the university, in my mind, to a high standard where they will take the report themselves and be part of an action plan, and not just say, here, community, here's a lot of good work, here's a lot of good research, all you need to do is find somebody to do it. I would like to see Washington University, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, because again, I'm frustrated, and I want to elevate this conversation to the chancellor at Washington University, because I just get tired of these presentations, and nothing is happening in my distressed neighborhood. And then not just WashU, St. Louis University, and we talk about the need, but I think those institutions can be the real catalyst to make something significant happen. And I'm just going to leave it right there, because as you can tell, I'm just kind of frustrated when I hear this good information, and I know there could be more done, and I know personally, my personal experiences with the university, and it's a lot of talk.
So respectfully, I have to say that the work that we have done has not just been about reports and the sharing of information. And even the recommendations of this most recent report, several of them have had action as a response. Just in one area alone, creating school-based health centers was a recommendation of the original For the Sake of All report. There were 2 when that report was released. We're looking at almost 10 by the next academic year in areas that are distressed, that are serving vulnerable students. And that is as a result of the activities that are in partnership with the university. But I understand your frustration. I share your frustration, in fact. Too often, research is done for the sake of research, and that has not been our MO in this work. We're not just talking about this stuff. We're partnering with organizations and entities and institutions across this community to try and get things done.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Alderman Kotar? No questions. Alderman Ogilvie?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
It always strikes me that fixing some of this stuff is dramatically complicated by the city-county divide. And I think one of the things I appreciated about the report was a lot of the focus on policy in St. Louis County and St. Louis County municipalities. And then I think a second factor that complicates this is we like to talk about equitable growth or growth, and sometimes I stop people and I just say, the city's not growing, the city's losing population. So we don't have a growth dynamic. We've got 6 decades of population loss. And when you've got a growing pie, it seems like there's more tools available to address issues like displacement and affordable housing. And also to me, it seems like there's this radically different dynamic between cities that are growing and where property values are increasing, and Rust Belt cities where population is still declining. And I think a lot of the focus over the last 2 decades has been on those growing cities and policy prescriptions for them. And I think we've got a very different dynamic here in Cleveland or Buffalo, New York, where we're still shedding people every year. So can you talk a little bit about how the dynamic for us as a city who's still losing population, maybe someday we'll at least get to stability, is going to be different than the policy prescriptions for Seattle or New York or other cities, Los Angeles, other cities where you've still got rapid growth?
I think I've tried to allude to this in the earlier comments. I think that there is maybe an assumption that the decline is somehow not connected to these issues of equity and diversity, where they are coupled in a way. And making those investments in stabilizing distressed neighborhoods has to be thought of as a strategy to encourage growth. The loss of population, particularly and most dramatically, we've seen in the most recent reports of African American population loss. People are going to follow opportunity. People are going to follow stability. And I don't think we can have a conversation about arresting decline or stimulating growth without addressing the issue of equity and the availability of opportunity across the board. It has to be part of that prescription. And as I said, the city of St. Louis is doing several things right in terms of funding its Affordable Housing Trust Fund, outlawing discrimination based on source of income. I think that there is an opportunity, and I think I'm told that this is already underway, to have a comprehensive plan for community and economic development for the city of St. Louis that isn't looking at the city ward by ward or neighborhood by neighborhood, but looking holistically at the entire city and where does it make sense to make investments. How do you strategically make investments in neighborhoods that takes into account stabilizing areas that can be stabilized, and also thinking about, as I said, how do you create mobility for those areas where poverty is so entrenched and so abject that it's actually better for individual households to move to areas of greater opportunity. And it isn't the case that there aren't areas of greater opportunity in the city of St. Louis. We wouldn't be seeing an influx in population on the other end if there weren't those pockets of opportunity. The question is, how does everybody benefit from that? And how do you build from strength? How do you grow from strength in a way that is inclusive of the entire population?
Two unrelated questions, but first one is, I mean, what do we do about St. Louis County, who has, I mean, there's zoning in like Ladue where the minimum lot size is 30,000 square feet, right? Which, you know, if you change that today, it's actually not going to change much because it's not like those existing 30,000 square foot lots are going to get subdivided into different homes. I mean, there's this like, the built environment is slow to change, and so all this, you know, index of exclusivity, we're going to be living with that, I think, for the rest of our lives, essentially. So I guess one question is how should we think about that, or what should St. Louis County do? And then second question, here in St. Louis, in the list of recommendations, I don't think I saw more as a recommendation, more investment in like home repair and making it easier for existing homeowners in lower income areas who might be low income to you know, stabilize their own home or keep up their own home. And I think that's something that is possibly within our power locally to direct more funding into, that could have a positive impact on areas that are seeing population loss and disinvestment.
So that is envisioned in both the City Affordable Housing Trust Fund and the, hopefully, County Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which is one of the recommendations that has been acted on by St. Louis County. The county executive appointed a task force back in June to provide recommendations on establishing an affordable housing trust fund for St. Louis County. It would also be envisioned within the greenlining fund that I mentioned, where there would be subsidy for lending for things like home repair and stabilization of those homes.
Okay. What do you think about
But
zoning?
St. Louis County, obviously, there's significant intervention that needs to happen in St. Louis County, and most of the balance of these recommendations are about St. Louis County. There's a number of opportunities for them to look at the municipal level and the county level, source of income discrimination, nuisance ordinances, eviction and illegal lockouts. All of those things are an attempt to address the status of affordable housing in St. Louis County. One recommendation that isn't explicitly made but should be in the conversation is also inclusionary zoning, which is an attempt with new development to ideally incentivize developers to set aside a portion of that development as affordable housing. And we've seen some success in other cities with that sort of, rather than making it a punitive or a penalty that's attached to development, making an incentive, potentially fast-tracking that development or providing other incentives to developers to set aside a portion of that development as affordable housing.
One more question. So I'm thinking of one particular incident, but I think this is like a pervasive dynamic across a lot of St. Louis County and a lot of the city. I'm thinking of this incident where senior housing was built on South Lindbergh and South St. Louis County a few years ago, and people had like a riot over just building one building with senior housing because everybody flipped out that these would be, low-income seniors. There's this, which to me, it's shocking and appalling to see that response from the community. But that's like a deep-seated cultural thing. And changing the perception and actions of the public who frequently object to building any low-income housing or even even moderate market rate housing sometimes. Maybe that is one of our biggest just cultural challenges, to change how so much of the public reacts to that stuff.
I think it is, but I'm also hopeful. I have seen residents who are the counter voice to that coming to the fore. Very often we have this vocal minority that shows up in opposition and makes their opposition felt, but we don't have the organized counter voice that's saying, yes, in my backyard. And I think there's something in the air in the St. Louis region with a younger generation of leadership coming to the fore, all sorts of organizing happening, residents who are residents of all racial and ethnic backgrounds who are tired of the status quo showing up in spaces where they hadn't shown up before and saying, yes, we do want a different vision of what our community looks like. But making that kind of cultural shift is what that last recommendation around consciously inclusive communities is about. In fact, we're going to have several organizations are hosting a fair housing fair early next month, a kind of offshoot project in partnership with ours called Faith and for the Sake of All, is working with local congregations, sharing this history with them, and then training them in how to share it more broadly, but also take the actions, the kind of actions that you're talking about in their municipalities. And we're seeing this kind of activity in places like, in perhaps unexpected places, like Webster Groves and Kirkwood and Maplewood, where residents are showing up in different ways. So I don't think what happened, and I know the senior housing development you're talking about, I don't think that's inevitable. And I don't think that will go unanswered in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd.
He asked more questions. Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
probably call you, though.
Okay.
Alderman Bosley.
Be right there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a few questions, but I think they have been answered in a few different ways, and they weren't necessarily questions that I don't feel like I didn't know the answer to. These are just questions that universally can only be answered by the individuals who occupy the space. As far as this earth during the times where, like right now, where we're speaking about these issues, 100 years from now, we don't know what the issue in St. Louis is going to be when we finally get this racial equity thing together. And who knows how long it's going to take. We don't know where our enemies will come from, especially, given the time where we're kind of creating some friction all across the world right now. I want to make a comment, and I think it's extremely important for everybody to have understanding on where we are as a city, so we can have a better trajectory of where we can be, right? A better idea of where we can actually go. We all want to see this entire city move forward. We all want to see amazing things happen to the city. We all can be motivated in particular times for particular things that motivates us to get out and do a little bit more than what we've been doing as far as individuals. This city needs a healing, and that's from white people and black people. We all have unanswered accountability. We all have accountability issues, period, point blank. There's an issue between the black community with accountability. There's an issue with white communities, with black community. For a very long time, the city has been racially distressed. We all argue over pots of money while our largest pot of money is dwindling. We all talk about building houses while the population is moving as far away from St. Louis as possible, right? So one big thing that we have to completely understand is that we're not making sure that whatever we do in the city as far as growing this city, that the individuals who are underserved have the ability to grow with the city. We can drop $250,000 houses all over the north side right now when 90% of the people on the north side won't be able to afford them. But 90% of the people on the north side are asking for new housing. We're asking for development. We're asking for all the things that the Central West End has. We're asking for all the things that the South Side has. But when we get those things, if we are still not capable of being able to afford to live in an area that has all these amenities, because we have not ensured that the people who are growing up in these areas have the ability to afford the area when they become of age, from the grandparent or the mother who's working right now to sustain what they have, then we are still moving backwards as a city. I don't necessarily think, and I've said this before, gentrification is the worst thing in the world. It's about mindset. That word won't always be gentrification. It wasn't that word 10 years ago. We were talking about something totally different, right? These things will always change in form. What will stay the same is the mindset of people if we don't make sure that we're changing, I think, our educational foundations for people as we move forward as a city. I can appreciate the efforts that Alderman Rhodey put in. I have talked to multiple people on this board and individuals who won't necessarily always come out and tell you the way things were brought to fruition. There's a lot of work that goes in and planning that goes in, years that goes into developing areas, right? My father was in office for about 37 years. I've watched my area go from being populated to having thousands of black people to, and thousands of homes to having hundreds of homes that are, or thousands of homes that are vacant, right? And those vacancies didn't come because we just decided to move out or because we thought, hey, this white area is going to serve us better. It happened because of a lot of different reasons that sometimes we as black people don't address, and sometimes that we as a city don't make sure that we're addressing, right? We had a lot of drug dealing going on. We had prostitution going on. We had enough going on to where we had to remove people from the neighborhood before we built the neighborhood up. So by the time we got to a point to where we could start building up, the neighborhood already had a bad rap. And that can come from, once again, us not making sure that we're not teaching the children. I mean, that's a really, really big thing, is these youth, is making sure that the educational platforms are there so they can have understanding of why their neighborhood is deteriorating, so they can come back in and build it up. It's a natural behavior to want to live next to people who look like you. White people want to live next to white people. Black people want to live next to black people. Asians want to live next to Asians. Latinos want to live. All of these are regular human behaviors. Monkeys live next to monkeys. Lions live with lions. Jaguars live with jaguars. You don't see, in the animal kingdom, all these different animals sleeping in the same cave together. It just don't work like that. We all want to be next to people who look like us, who we can relate to, and I think that same thing comes across when you talk about financial stability. You know, people who make $100,000 a year don't want to live in a neighborhood where people are making $17,000 a year. There's a difference in amenities. There's a difference in what you, especially if you grew up in an area where the median income is $100,000 a year. I think what we have to focus on as a city is where we want to be in the future, what we want to be labeled as, what we want our name or what our reputation as a city to be to other cities, to other states, to the entire world. Because right now when you look up St. Louis, you see Ferguson, you see a gang of different things that don't necessarily reflect where it is that we want to go. It reflects what we've been through. And we can talk about what we've been through forever. We always are talking about what we've been through. We need to start focusing on, and not to say that Washington University isn't. I know that you all have done some great things over the last few years, and I can appreciate the efforts while all these other universities are just taking information and documenting it and putting graphs together. You all are actually putting action plans together, so I can appreciate the work that Washington University is doing. But we can't just blame universities. We cannot blame individuals. Everybody in this entire city, to a degree, is working towards creating a better environment in the place that they live in. But we as an entire city have not created a plan to where the entire city and the individuals who live in this city has an executable action plan for themselves while in their homes. So 10 years from now, we know where we're going as a city. And I think that impedes it impedes the direction that we can be going in. It stops our flow, right? Because everybody is out working towards getting things done in their own prospective neighborhoods, in their own prospective areas, from their own prospective ideals. We still haven't come together as a city and had a real racial conversation as far as this black and white thing, this policing behaviors. All these things don't necessarily take government to take the lead, because there's a distrust in government right now. There's a distrust in the entire process. And that's because the process hasn't been equitable. It really is not equitable. Right now, we live in the city of St. Louis where everybody pays the same amount in taxes when you go for sales tax, unless you're in a special taxing district. But we all pay the same amount, but it doesn't get split up equally. I have the second largest ward in the entire city, and I get about $300,000, just as every other alderman does, to do infrastructure upgrades within the area that I live in, and I have over 200 blocks, whereas some aldermen or alderwomen have 70 or 80 blocks, right? So that's inequitable, but it's equal because those monies get split up equally between all 28 of us. But does it make sure that every area is touched? Does it make sure that every individual has the opportunity to see their area have some type of an upgrade? You know, that really isn't the case. So just like Alderman Ogilvie said, we do have some things that we can do as alder people to make some significant changes, but the realistic thought has to be the people have to be with those changes. Right now, if we talked about taking 10% out of the general fund of the entire city and start building up the north side, I guarantee you there'll be a whole lot of opposition to it. I mean, when I say a whole lot of opposition to it, I don't want to speak to the members on this board, but we wouldn't get 28 votes. It wouldn't happen, right? We live in Missouri. There are over 6 million people in the state and less than 900,000 blacks. You got less than 2 million minorities in this state. So we are outnumbered 6-1. White people have to make it's almost like having a stepchild, realistically, right? If you have 5 children and then you have a 6th child that isn't necessarily yours, because you tell all of them I love you, doesn't mean that this 6th child feels like they are loved. You have to give them a little bit more love because they have an understanding, right, that they are not your child. Just because you're being equal doesn't mean you're being equitable. You have to make sure that they have what they need to feel like the other 5. And that's the same thing when you kind of come down to speaking about racial equity, or us in this city trying to move forward. You know, the majority has to make an effort to make sure that the minority is taken care of so the entire city itself can move forward. white people have to make an effort to say, okay, what's going on, not in North St. Louis, but with black people in general, with Latinos in general, with the minorities within the city in general. There are millions of us and a few 100,000 of them, right? We can put forth the effort to make sure that things in this city is an example for what other cities can follow. Right now within this room, from what I counted earlier, we have people moving in and out. We got about 18, 19% minorities here. We got over 50 white people in the room, right? So just within this room, if we all wanted to make a vote today on making an action plan or a change, there'd be over 50% of the individuals who don't necessarily understand the plight of what minorities go through that has to vote on that. And you have to have the minorities who all come together at one time, and that's black, Asians, Latinos, you know, all the minorities in the room. We'd have to be on one accord just so we don't split the white vote. So that's accountability at the same time when you're talking about black and white. White people have to be accountable to white people. Minorities have to be accountable to minorities. One big issue that we have, if we have not come together in a unified direction on what it is we want from the government, what it is we want from the city, what it is we want from the state. We talk about money, we talk about housing, we talk about education, we talk about all of these different things, but you have millions of us talking about these different things in our own corners, from our own perspective mindsets, and fighting for these different things, but not in a unified front. So it makes it hard when we're asking the government or for any institution, just like Washington University. We just had Washington University in the ward last week at the River Lily asking questions about racial equity and, you know, the type of issues that we have in the ward. I just talked to some students from Washington University last year about the exact same thing, right? I don't know how many of all the people that they've talked to from the north side about how bad the north side is. But if we all were talking in a unified front, if we all were talking the exact same language, talking about the exact same one thing, then you'd have students going back to Washington University talking about one thing, not 50 different problems that they're trying to solve. And the same thing, you know, when it comes down to the city, we have the government, the state, we have everybody working on a million different issues. Yes, we need help. We need as much help as possible. That's as the city, that's as a race, that's as a culture. There's a lot of things that have to change. Whenever you turn on the news, the first thing you see is a black man shooting a black man. You know, the second thing you see is a black man just robbed a convenience store, right? Or it's always a minority in trouble. That is our news. That is what we wake up and turn the TV on to every day. And those are issues that we face as a society, because before you ever meet a black man, you already have a preconceived idea of what he's capable of, who he is, what he's going to do, possibly if you flash a little bit of money, or if you're driving around a particular car, if you're walking down the street, you grab your purse a little bit closer. That's an unfortunate programmed mindset that the media has pushed on us, and we allow it to perpetuate by not changing the rhetoric that goes along with living in St. Louis. We don't make sure that the news pushes certain progressive ideas. It is, they report whatever it is that they want to report in this city, right? That's why you have only bad reports coming out of St. Louis. That's why everything is negative. They're not talking about how I have the top 3 grossing Family Dollar in the entire region, and it's a very small store. How's that possible when we have the lowest median income in the entire city? We have Family Dollars all over the city, right? All of these things have to change if we want to change the city of St. Louis as a whole, because we have these preconceived notions. We have these preconceived perceptions already built in us from watching what we see every day, from hearing what we hear every day, and we don't regulate what we see. We don't regulate what we hear. We just allow those things to come to us, and whatever happens from them happens from them. We all grow up every single day letting these kids be taught by the media, right? And we're not making sure we're changing that programming information that's been perpetually placed on us, even at the board. We have a lot of responsibility to those who are incompetent right now, who will become competent in 10 years. That is the way you change this entire city, is by making sure that 10 years from now, those who are 10, that are 20, have a different perspective on life than we have right now. And we give them the tools to be able to visually see those perspectives change from what they've seen, from what we already endure, right? We deal with too much on a regular basis that the same people before us are dealing with. We've been talking about the same thing for 20 or 30 years. Like, since I was a kid, I've been hearing about St. Louis, the city is redlining. I've been hearing about the north side declining, been watching the grass not being cut, things not being taken care of, right? At some point in time, it's not about black and white. We have to, and it's, you know, and it's unrealistic to say that it's going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years, you know, with us coming together. And that don't mean we got to live together, right? And I 100% disagree. Well, we're not even going to go there, because that can be a whole other situation, a whole other conversation. But what I want to make sure that we take from this conversation today is every single person in this room has to be accountable for their own actions and where this city is in 5 or 10 years. It's not just the 28 individuals that you have to govern you. It's not just policy, because people are the reason policy is even created, right? We all are asking for things, and then we as policymakers come together and we bring out whatever it is that the community is asking for. You know, if we want to see the city be more equitable, then we realistically have to start healing ourselves from the inside out, because we don't have those hard conversations. We don't talk about why we have not figured out how to just dump $300 million into the north side when it's realistic. It's not. We're not talking $2 billion, right? We release hundreds of millions of dollars on a regular basis, and we still don't make sure that we're creating a plan. We just now talked to SLDC, if I remember correctly, earlier last year about creating a north side plan for the entire north side of St. Louis. Or is it the entire city? Either way it goes, right? We haven't addressed our own selves to be accountable for where our city is right now. And no matter how much you build, no matter how many houses, go up in property value, because that's what we're asking for. No matter how many people you give grants to, no matter how many organizations are working towards changing how violent St. Louis is. And we weren't making sure that we're having these hard conversations, which I commend Alderman Rhoda, because I feel like this is one of those uneasy conversations that need to be had, where we're talking about black and white or minority issues, or issues in this city in general about inequity and inequitability. It will never ever change. We will always be sitting here and everybody talking in their own house about how bad things are. We have to understand what we're asking for out of the city of St. Louis and what we need out of the state, and where we are going as an entire city of St. Louis, where we want to be. Do we want to stay 50% black, 50% white? What is the real goal? Right now we're talking about merging the city with the county. That's a crazy thought when you talk about equitability, when we got over 6 million people in the state. You know, the counties represent I think they outnumber minorities by like ×3. You literally can have every person in the county vote that's black or a minority, and they still won't get what they want. If you merge the city with the county, that completely kills our representation, right? But you don't have thousands of people talking about that as far as it being a negative impact on racial equity. You have people actually thinking about the idea of what that would look like. I wonder. But the very first thing we need to address is the racial inequities within the city. If you merge it right now, once again, black people will never ever, minorities will never ever be able to elect their own people. We'll always need an extra 20,000 white people to vote for us. That's not right. And us as a city, us as a state, aren't doing what's necessary to make sure that those individuals who are pushing this rhetoric, that this is a good thing for the city, we're not making sure that we're holding them accountable on what it is that they believe in is good for our region. We all talk about racial equity. We all talk, like, literally, St. Louis is considered one of the worst cities in the entire nation in violence, right? But we want to hurry up and merge the city with the county when we just found out last year, year before last, that the county is pulling over 90% more black people than white people. That don't make no sense. There should be an uproar right now, right? But there isn't. Everybody is complacent, everybody's cooling, everybody's just sitting back waiting for the fireworks. That shows you how unready we are as a city to really deal with racial inequity. Everybody is complacent. That's whites and blacks. And you can say black people don't have a good understanding of exactly what's going on, but those of us that do, should be making it very loud and clear that this is something that we don't need, not because of the safety of the city, but because this entire state will never grow because of it. We all will lose out. We all will lose. There will be more homicides. There will be more murders. There will be more carjackings because you won't have individuals in a position who understand these people to be able to help them to be able to help them choose alternative methods or choose alternative lifestyles. Right? You have to have people who understand people who do particular things or behave particular ways to be able to get them to not behave in that manner. And if there is no understanding, then you can't even speak to them. You can't even talk to them. And if you cannot, if you're not in a position where they are, where they can respect you, right? And that can be political position. You can be the OG in the hood for where it counts. But it's important for young people or people in general to have adequate representation. And us as a city aren't doing what's necessary to make sure even that in itself is racially equitable. You know, we live in a city where it's supposed to be 51% black, and we got only 11 to 12 black aldermen. Like that is, and we still have not addressed those small issues. We have really bad internal issues as a city, and that's on accountability. That's between black and white. So no matter how much money you dump into this city, if we don't do what we need to do as individuals, right, to make sure that this lens is actually changed in our lifetime, then it'll do nothing but perpetuate. We all will be sitting here watching this on TV 30 years from now, you know, looking at the younger versions of us, you know, saying, do something, right? The same individuals who were in these seats 30 years ago, while somebody else wasn't watching TV, but sitting out in the audience saying, go, do something. That's not where we need to be. And if we're going to be an innovative city, we right now have a population of 311,000. If we're looking at doubling that population, tripling that population, getting us back to a place where we have at least 500,000 individuals, we can have 500,000 people here right now. But if things still aren't where they need to be, you'll have people moving out like 40 going west just like they are today. They move in, they move out. People who live in St. Louis have been living here for 40 years and they understand St. Louis, and most of them just love St. Louis and don't want to move anywhere. We need to start doing whatever it is necessary to retain the individuals who live here and build a new St. Louis. So I didn't have many questions. I really appreciate the work that you are doing. I appreciate Washington University. I appreciate the conversation. But I just want everybody to understand how important it is that you hold yourself accountable, because we are the change that we all are asking for. We hold the decisions. You all are in this room for a reason. Everybody has something that they want to get past today. They want to see through today. 5 years from now, where is it, or where are we going to be as a city in terms of where it is that we're trying to get? Not just where you're trying to get with your project, not where it is where you're trying to get with your company, but as a city. Right? You build $1 million project today and we go down to 170,000 people. How does that affect your business? Those are the things you need to think about. How does that affect your lifestyle? How does that affect your neighborhood when your neighbors move out and you're trying to get somebody to move in and spend $250,000 on a house? You know, all of these things are things that we need to think about in making sure that we address our city's issues as a whole. So once again, I appreciate it. I talk a whole lot. There's a lot going on in the city. I just want us to understand that this can't move without everybody working together. This can't move without especially white people understanding. And you already understand that you pretty much have the torch. You have the majority within the state. So you have more of an ability to make decisions that will impact the entire state than we do as minorities, when we are the real significant change that needs to take place within the state. And everybody's fighting for issues like this, issues that affect us all daily, all right? And if we don't put ourselves 10 years ahead and start making decisions for that time, then 10 years from now, we'll be talking about the exact same thing with another individual who's from another university talking about the same thing. We need to change this or change that, or it'll be a little bit different, but it'll be still about the same subject. So I appreciate you all. I think, once again, man, we got a lot of work to do as a city, and thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Our last Alderman Oldenburg, did you have any questions or comments?
Just
briefly, thank you so much for your time, Dr. Purnell. I appreciate it. I think there's a good body of academic research here, but also there's practical recommendations that we can work on. And I think we met earlier that the work of this committee is not necessarily solely focused on just doing the city's business, passing board bills, tax abatements, et cetera, but the chairman has put extensive work into looking holistically at what we can do as a government body to help. And I appreciated and was encouraged by your earlier comments that said government can't solve this alone, but we are part of the solution where and when we can be. So I encourage you, and I hope I speak for the rest of the committee members to say this is your gateway to government. This committee wants to work with you. I think the agendas that we've set beyond just, again, doing the day-to-day operations of the city, the agendas we've set dovetail well in this academic research, which also carries data for us to make good policy recommendations going forward and changes to really impact the outcomes that I think we all want. So I appreciate that, and I throw out the welcome mat to this committee so that we can continue our work together, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Alderman. Would you like to have any closing comments? And I have just a couple, but...
I just want to quickly direct your attention to the last page of the slides, which lays out the partners who are involved in creating this report. I often say that they should be here and not me. I am not the housing and urban development expert, but we worked with a number of housing and urban development experts, and I hope that that invitation to be part of the conversation is open to all of our partners as well, and that I would like to see the continuation of constructive conversation and following that conversation with action that's informed by the very best evidence of what works and what has worked, but also backed up by data that is specific to the city of St. Louis and the broader St. Louis region. So I think there are multiple opportunities to have that kind of partnership.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your work and your time down here. Really appreciate it. Where I see this going is I have been in discussions with the administration about identifying a housing person. We currently have a fair amount of resources that are devoted to affordable housing now from a variety of different areas. Unfortunately, we haven't done a very good job of accounting or kind of coordinating or sharing that information, and we would like to try to get that coordinated and spend a fair amount of time over the next year having someone reach out to the community with people like you and some of your partners and begin taking these concepts and morphing them in and processing them and seeing how they might fit and being enacted and actually coming in with a plan that might result in some legislation. I think that's going to probably be 6 months to a year process. I don't think they've completely identified the position or the funding for it or who's going to do it, but we're hopeful that that will happen. And much of this, I think, is better done, actually not in front of our committee down here, it's not, but actually by committees, meeting separately and then sharing that information and progress with us periodically. And so I'm hoping that we can try to get something done similar to what we've done with incentive reform. But anyway, thank you so much for coming down here. I think that concludes your presentation. We really appreciate it and look forward to having more conversations with you going forward.
Thank you very much, Alderman Rhodey and the rest of the committee.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for being patient with us today, and we apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. We have a large contingent, as I understand, down here on board bill number 177, which is Alderman Gunther's bill. Why don't we go ahead and ask them to come forward. We'll take that over. I'm going to have Alderman Boyd sit in my chair here for just a couple of minutes while I step up. Alderman Gunther? Yeah.
I don't have any PowerPoint presentations, so we'll be all right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, for hearing Board Bill 177 today. Board Bill 177 is a taxable industrial development revenue bond, not to exceed $75 million for Anheuser-Busch InBev. What we're hoping to do is provide them with an opportunity to get up to $75 million worth of new equipment for the brewery, to update their facility, to keep them competitive with the market, and to retain jobs in the South City Soulard facility. So if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to invite Mr. Ted Powers and Mr. Lance Warren from Anheuser-Busch to come up and hand out a little presentation that we can look through. So, if you guys would like to come up.
Gentlemen, as you come up, just introduce who you are, and that'll just help everybody out.
Ted Powers with Anheuser-Busch.
And my name is Lance Warren. I'm actually the Director of Business Taxes and Incentives for Anheuser-Busch. And I've got some handouts. So our goal is to keep the St. Louis Brewery competitive and also to retain the 700 manufacturing jobs. 600 of those are union jobs. Currently, we're under pressure from other competitors, wine, spirits, that type of thing, other products. And so what our response to that is we're coming out with new products, new packaging, new things to enter the market and to better compete. The issue that we have is that the St. Louis Brewery is built for major brands, and so the equipment we have there is not made for some of these specialty items. And so what we're trying to do is attract capital dollars to St. Louis. What we have to do as a company, we compete for dollars that we get in the United States. We compete for those capital dollars with the other breweries. And so what we're asking is to obtain this partial, short-term property tax abatement that will help us win those capital dollars into St. Louis, retain these jobs, hopefully. As we get these new products, hopefully we grow and even add more manufacturing, good manufacturing jobs into St. Louis. So that's mainly what I wanted to tell you. I didn't go through everything in the presentation, or in the slides, but we think there will be other benefits to the city as well in terms of if we can attract these capital dollars. We use a lot of local vendors, so we think it really helps the community.
Ted, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I'd add is that this is a maximum 5-year abatement, so it is time limit.
Yes, so when Anheuser-Busch approached me with this project, there were a number of things that we looked at to kind of, in my opinion, to make the bill not only as best of a deal for the city of St. Louis and our residents, but also make it something that will help Anheuser-Busch be competitive with the other breweries throughout the nation. Like I said, since InBev has taken over Anheuser-Busch, they now make different breweries compete with each other for capital investments. But if we are able to have this bill go forward, add it to the package that they can then submit to corporate, then I feel that it would give us a leg up on being able to add $75 million worth of new equipment to the brewery, and as was mentioned, that would save 600 union brewery jobs. There's another 100 salaried jobs that go along with that, so up to 700 jobs. So that's why we put this forward. So,
Okay, let's go ahead and take questions from the committee. Alderman Coulter.
and really quick, I will add, because we have, so we've been working with SLDC, and so this is the financial papers. So you can take a look at that. Working with the crew from SLDC, Jonathan Ferry put some numbers together, and Matt and Zach and Dale and everyone, we've sat down a couple times to go over these numbers. I will point out that it is a 40 out of 40 score on there with one of the famous 5-star ratings. So, so that gives you some information to look at. So, all right. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Alderman Coulter.
Chairman, are we going to hear from SLDC on this, or no?
We can. Like to. We can, if you like. Who you want to call up?
I don't know who created this document.
Matt can come up and talk on it.
Yeah, real quick, we took the traditional, I mean, this is just a personal property, Matt Bauer from SLDC, this is just a personal property tax abatement, not a real estate tax abatement, so we took Jonathan's existing model and just kind of converted it to just look at the personal property tax. So I think the key thing is the amount of cost to the city itself is fairly minimal. I think it was about $65,000, and then which is far outweighed by, if we have to assume that this is retaining jobs, that it's far outweighed by the earnings taxes that are generated by those jobs, keeping those jobs in the city and viable. So that's kind of down at the bottom and the middle, and then at top we can see that the return, tax returns for the city, or the tax benefit gained by those earnings taxes and payroll taxes far outweigh kind of what's typical of industrial properties outside of Anheuser-Busch in that South Riverfront area. So just confirm, like Alderman Gunther said, it's scored highly and it has the famous 5-star rating.
This is my questioning, Mr. Chairman. So if I do remember correctly, the day this was introduced, AB announced further layoffs. I don't know if it was just downtown, just in the brewery down in Soulard, but also I think in the bottling plant in South County. And this is a big agreement. I'm just thumbing through it. Are there any provisions in here? I guess, I'm going to vote in favor of this and appreciate what the brewery does for the city and the neighborhoods surrounding it. If there are further layoffs, I mean, obviously part of this is to make the brewery competitive and retain jobs. If more jobs are lost after this incentive is given, are there any clawback provisions in it? If you could just direct me to those, because I don't know where that stuff is.
Okay, directing you to it, I'll have to finger through my large packet here, but just to answer very quickly. So the day that this bill was introduced, yes, it was a shock to pretty much everyone standing up right here that there were about 15 jobs, I believe, that they were removed. But that was, from looking into it further, it was just a normal annual kind of cleaning of adding some people together, putting some people, departments together. However, when I was approached with this bill, I want to thank the St. Louis Economic Development Partnership and Michelle Stuckey that one of the things that we put into this bill was the clawback provision. Knowing how important that the jobs are to this region and to the city of St. Louis, there is a clawback in there that says that currently they have a little over 700 jobs, 720 or so brewery jobs there. the provision that is in there is that once they drop below 700 jobs, we start taking back 3% of their incentive for each job loss, or each job under 700 that they have. And then, in addition to that, if we get to below 675 jobs, then the entire incentive goes away. So it was just brought up to me, and in this package here, it is on page 5. Section 3.3 in the performance agreement. Yeah, the very last exhibit is the performance agreement, page 5, which is section 3.3, paragraph C.
Thanks.
In there. So yeah, so that outlines it. And again, this was something that that the bill was put forward because we want to save the jobs that are in St. Louis. So anything below 700 jobs, we start taking 3% of the incentive back. Anything below, if they drop below 675 jobs, the abatement completely goes away. So yes, that provision is in there.
Found it. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Coder.
Nothing further, Chairman.
Alderman Ogilvie.
Thank you. This is not a 100% abatement of these
Correct. It is a 5-year at 75% abatement.
And so we're kind of anticipating that the equipment would be acquired over a couple years. And
Yeah.
so there's a couple different, what are referred to as tranches.
Tranches, yes. And this was something I learned
Segments,
about during this process. So.
Okay. I think this is probably one of the least appreciated taxes that's levied by the state, that you pay personal property tax on manufacturing equipment. I don't know how typical that is across different states, but so if, I guess this is a question for AB, putting this in place will create a better opportunity for the company to make these investments, correct? It's not necessarily guaranteed that these investments happen if this bill passes, but there's probably a decision up the management chain that will determine. But this makes the St. Louis brewery a more likely candidate for this investment over other breweries in the network, correct?
Yes, so we can both answer this as yes. And so the St. Louis brewery is competing with other breweries that InBev owns. And for instance, facilities in Ohio, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, New Hampshire, those brewery facilities do not have personal property taxes at all. So by putting this package together, we're hoping to be competitive with some of the other states and be able to attract this investment. So it's not a guarantee that we will get it, but we're hoping that this will make it competitive, and being as that the Anheuser-Busch St. Louis brewery has such a long legacy there, that we're hoping it would be the spot that they would want to invest in.
Does the company have an idea of when those decisions will be made?
Yes, I mean, we're actually, every year we go through the process of deciding on capital dollars and what gets allocated to the United States, and then within the United States what gets allocated to the different plants. And it really is a competitive process where if our projects can sell, as a quicker return, better return on investment, which these incentives help with that calculation, that's where we hope to retain those capital dollars here. But it is actually an ongoing process, and even within, we set budgets, but even within years, dollars can be moved around. So we hope to immediately start getting some benefit from this in terms of attracting these dollars.
And just for curiosity's sake, what type of equipment would you be acquiring?
Most of this equipment that we're putting in all of our breweries are equipment that makes some of the, I shouldn't say craft, but some of the unique type products that are actually made differently and in much smaller quantities than what we have equipment for today that makes, Budweiser and Bud Light. And so a lot of this is packaging, brewing, that type of equipment. It was what we're, I'm sorry.
So it gives you more flexibility at that brewery to produce a wider diversity of beers and switch over probably faster depending on, what the market wants.
Yes, exactly. And we've seen in other types things where if we can attract some of these type things, we see in other instances where once you get that first, that first bucket of and the equipment in, it leads to other things. And so that's really what we hope to, happens here, and that we continue to grow employment versus, being concerned with retaining what we have.
What are our advantages here?
Well, some of the advantages are, we have a great workforce here. Our location in terms of being in the center of the United States. We have utilities are extremely low. Our costs are very competitive here. Let's see, I had something else. Great water. And the other thing I was going to say is transportation is good. The other thing I was going to say is we actually do some of our research here in St. Louis. It kind of gives us an advantage that hopefully then we can, keep some of that research and just move it right over versus having to move out to an outside the state. And
Okay, well, good luck. Thanks.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Bosley.
Yes, sir. I'm looking for an exhibit. Can you come back to me real quick?
Okay.
Thank you.
Alderman Odenberg.
Just one quick question. Has the Comptroller's Office reviewed this agreement or given any thought to this analysis?
Yes, I have on a note here, Tom Ray from the Comptroller's Office has signed off on it. I've had discussions with the Mayor's Office. They've given me the thumbs up, so, and SLDC obviously, so we've hit all the boards.
Good, thanks. Thanks, Alderman. No further questions, Trim.
Alderman Boyd.
Yeah, I think that this is an easy question. This is for the AB people. So when you say this is an opportunity to create a new product, so you have your own research team and you're going to create a new recipe and you're going to have a new brand of beer. Is that what I'm hearing, or?
It's an ongoing process. Yeah, it's not just beer. It's referred to as Beyond Beer. It's, ciders and all manner of things. And so we want to be able to attract those and not be too, Bud and Bud Light centric. I mean, we have those. We're built for large quantities. It's our largest brewery, but we want to have some flexibility to have, as Lance mentioned, we've got product development team here and research going on constantly on all manner of things, and we don't want to have it where, okay, we come up with it here and then we have to brew it in New Jersey or something. We want to be able to attract that capital and have a more flexible brewery here.
So currently you're working on some new products. You have something in the works, and if you get the capital, you just take off.
Many things.
Gotcha. Okay. No further questions.
Okay, having no other questions.
No, I'm here.
Alderman Bosley, I was supposed to circle back to you. My apologies.
It happens. Thank you. Just real quick, I most certainly appreciate Anheuser-Busch, and you all are most certainly, I certainly appreciate you all being in the city. You could be in a million other places, so, and just so you know, I 100% support any upgrades for any facility in the St. Louis area. We are embarking on a lot of different technological stages right now in life, so any type of advance is, appreciated, especially something that's going to make us a leader in whatever we do, brewing, making shoes, whatever. But I do have a question, and this is something that may be standard. It could be for SLDC, but I wanted to get clarification on page 4. It's section D, line 9, starting at line 9. It says the performance agreement between the City of St. Louis, between the city and the company attached as Exhibit E, pursuant to which the company will make certain payments in lieu of taxes in consideration of the issuance of the bonds. The mayor or his designated representatives and the comptroller or his designated representatives, with the advice and concurrence of the city councilor after approval by the Board of Estimate and appointment, are hereby further authorized and directed to make changes to the documents, agreements, and installments approved and authorized by this ordinance as may be consistent with the intent of the ordinance and necessary appropriate in order to carry out the matters herein authorized with no further action of the Board of Aldermen necessary to authorize such changes made by the mayor or his designated representatives or the comptroller or her designated representatives. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the mayor and the comptroller may approve the substitution or affiliated entity designated by Anheuser-Busch LLC as a party to the applicable city documents without further approval by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment and the mayor and the comptroller. Signatures on the applicable city documents shall constitute approval of such substitution. So for me, what it sounds like that says is, and the city documents are what it seems to be from what was explained by city documents or kind of outlined earlier here in this board bill. The city documents are all of these documents, am I correct? Everything past the ordinance that you've placed her, like these 70 pages?
Those 70 pages are all the documents that are the bill going forward. And if you have a specific question towards the bond itself, I would like to ask Mr. Mark Spikerman, who's kind of our bond representative, to be able to answer kind of that bond question. But that entire 70 pages, that's the whole bill.
Okay, so with that, we do have some, I think, some amazing things that the city will receive if this was to go through, which would be awesome. I would think it was, what is it, $2 million? Is it $3 million?
So the total investment in the new equipment would be up to $75 million. I think when we were running through the numbers with SLDC and stuff, because it's a 75% abatement, that additional 25% would be bringing in about $1.3 million of brand new revenue that we don't even get right now. So it would be adding brand new revenue if we were to get this deal.
Understood. So, which I like the idea of that. I think we all do. So my concern or question would be, with that knowledge and knowing that the city documents are pretty much everything that this ordinance encompasses, after the ordinance, these exhibits here, it gives Anheuser-Busch, it seems, from Section D, right here starting at Section 9 on page 4, the ability with the mayor and the comptroller to change anything within these documents without further approval from the Board of Aldermen. Is that correct?
No, it's not. My name is Mark Spikerman. I'm an attorney at Gilmore & Bell. We represent the city and SLDC on deals like this, and I drafted this language. This language is what lawyers often call boilerplate. It's in a lot of ordinances. And the intent here is that if, for instance, AB created a sub-entity to run their new small batch manufacturing equipment, and these documents all had to be with that new sub-entity as opposed to Anheuser-Busch LLC, the name company here, that we could make that switch out. We can't change, we have to be consistent with the intent of the ordinance, so we can't change the terms of the abatement. It's just a matter of, switching parties, making, I guess, dotting I's, crossing T's, fixing typos. Those type of changes are permitted. any changes to the actual business deal or not.
Right. Is that outlined here in this section, though?
Yeah,
And this is for public record also.
yeah. I mean, this section says that the agreements all have to be consistent with the intent of the ordinance and necessary and appropriate to carry out the orders of the matters herein authorized. I mean, I myself, I'm sure any other lawyer would tell you if somebody tried to make a change that said 100% abatement for 10 years, that would not be consistent with this ordinance and would not be permitted.
Understood. And I don't think the abatement is the, I guess the thought that I have in which could be switched. I'm always thinking about, 5 or 10 years down the line or a few years. We all might not necessarily be in these positions. You never know. Things happen day to day. Life happens. I just wanted to always make sure that the city has the ability to always go back and renegotiate agreements that we've had when there comes a time with the entities that we made agreements with have to make changes themselves. And it's nothing against Anheuser-Busch, but, throughout the years we've made, from my perspective, plenty of bad decisions in negotiating deals. And 15 years down the line, the city is stuck with this or that and trying to figure out how to come up with particular things so we can offset cost. And that's, once again, not at all anything towards Anheuser-Busch. I have not heard anything negative about you all in that respect. So I just wanted to get clarification on that particular section and what exactly that gave you all the approval to do without the Board of Aldermen at some point in time, if there were changes to be made, not being able to have the opportunity to kind of see those agreements, because we're not always in line with the mayor's office, nor are we always in agreement with the comptroller's office, and you'll never be 100% happy with everybody. That's just, that is life, but we do want to do the best we can to maintain a little bit of control through our diverse type of mentalities and the different areas we come from, different perspectives on things. So I do support it, but I wanted to make sure that that is one thing that we addressed and kind of got on record, so there will be a documented conversation on that particular part of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I was reading something that was not what it looked like. If there are no other questions, the chair will entertain a motion for a due pass recommendation for, the board bill number?
177.
177.
Second.
It was moved by the alderman from the 24th and seconded by the alderwoman from the 27th.
Previous roll.
This request for previous roll here.
This is not on previous.
Oh,
Sorry.
clerk, please take the roll.
Alderman Kennedy, Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis, Alderman Kotar,
Aye.
Alderman Ogilvy,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Bosley,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
7 aye votes.
By your vote, we've passed out of committee Board Bill 177. Next up, I'm sorry there's so many people down here, and I'm sorry for the length of this. I'll try to give a little prelude. What we try to do here is take up board bills of people that are not on the committee first, and then we have several. Alderman Moore is not here, so we'll be handling his bill, so we'll take that up near the end, as well as Alderman Kodar's bill. Alderwoman Woods will take up after this next one. I guess Alderwoman Ingracia, by seniority, would be up next. So Alderwoman Ingracia, if you're...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You have before you today Board Bill 96, which is an extension of the Jefferson Connector project, which is parts of which have been before you previously. This project would relocate Twain Financial to 2200 Washington Avenue. There would be 55 relocation jobs with 25 new jobs being created over the next 5 years. The ask today is 5 years at 90%, and included with the handout I gave you should be the documentation from SLDC. I also have Jason Johnson, who's representing the developer here, who is the developer, if you have questions for him as well.
Okay. Alderman Boyd.
I'm sorry, tell me what we're doing at this location again?
Sure, it's Jason Johnson with Renaissance Development Associates. I'm developer for the project. So Twain Financial is currently located on Washington Avenue, and through some coaxing of mine, they've been a recent financial partner in moving forward a lot of the Jefferson Connector projects. So I've twisted their arm because they are in growth mode to try to get them to come and relocate and expand into this particular building that's been shuttered for a few years. It's in the kind of the eastern side of the Jefferson Connector, and having their 60, 70 jobs relocating to this portion will be a big help for us to continue to recruit some additional food and beverage and retail people that we're trying to recruit to the neighborhood. This particular project, because they are willing to put forth a substantial amount of redevelopment dollars, is going to be an icon for the neighborhood and really help try to continue to connect the parts of downtown West to all of our other development efforts. So it's an existing two-story building. We're going to turn the lower level of the building into a parking and then fully develop the other 2 floors for them as an owner-occupant for the project, and to really become a catalyst for a couple of the other projects surrounding that as it connects to the Jefferson Connector.
So what's going on in the building now?
Nothing.
It says it's owner-occupied.
It will be.
This is just tax abatement? Out of curiosity, why is this in the HUD, Mr. Chairman? If it's a vacant piece of
I
property?
think it's downtown. I don't assign the bills, I just hear them.
Okay, I'm just trying to learn something. It's kind of new. It said owner occupied on here, and so I figured that's why I was in HUD, but then your presentation didn't sound like it, so. Okay. While I have you up there, how's the hotel going?
We're working on it. We're
Working
trying.
on it?
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions?
Waiting on us to finish our box yard development, and having more employees down there to boost the residents and worker bees only helps the conversation with landing those tenants.
Thank you.
Alderman Kodar.
No questions.
Alderman Ogilvie.
Thanks. Where's Twain Financial Partners located right now?
Right now, they're on the 2nd floor of the building that Lucas Park is currently in.
Building that
Lucas Park is in on Washington Avenue.
Okay. And they're going to own this building after you're the owner now, but they'll purchase it?
I'm actually just the developer for them.
Oh, okay. So they own it. They already own it?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions.
Okay, I'm sorry, Alderman Bosley, I missed you. I apologize.
It's all good. I'm probably talking too much today. It says that you will, with this, create an extra 25 new jobs.
Correct.
That is awesome. What are the median incomes for those 25 new jobs?
I think they said the average income for those jobs is about approximately $90,000.
Okay. What type of individuals can get those? What are the requirements for those?
They're mostly banking and legal field related jobs. They do PACE loans and federal tax credit investment and back of house processing for lenders and things like that. So.
Okay. What is the process in choosing those individuals?
I'm not sure from their hiring perspective. I know they like to hire local, but they work all over the nation. So.
Okay. All right, so I got you. So you are the developer, not the, well,
Yeah, I'm
understood.
attempting to make them cool, so we're going to create an office space that's not like you normally see for a bunch of bankers and attorneys, and
All right, that's interesting.
they're on board with that.
No offense, Alderman.
Yeah.
All right. So whenever we talk about jobs, I just want to, especially new jobs, of course you can't try to take people's jobs, don't want to do that, but when we talk about new jobs, I'm quite interested in that. I know a lot of people who are looking for work, and of course you have to have the skill sets that are needed to, to occupy a particular job. So with that,
One of the things you got to take into consideration too on projects like this is just not the jobs that are being acquired by Twain itself, but it's also the property management jobs and all the other construction jobs and things related to getting this project up and rolling as a single occupant tenant for the project. There's a lot of jobs that will actually be part of the overall project given the nature of the beast of the development. So.
Understood. So with that, are you, and I'm sure you are planning on being fully compliant with the minority inclusion bill that we have? Okay. So we have in the city that we work with, it's called the BUD program, which is Building Union Diversity. It's a program, you can go through Slate to get to it. It's a few different ways that you can be filtered through it. One big issue that we have is making sure that individuals have jobs after they go through the actual training course that's necessary for them to become an apprentice, right? So me being in the position that I'm in, of course I run into individuals who are building all the time, which is amazing. So I would like to start having more conversations on what does it look like with, people who are apprentices or the companies who have the ability to hire individuals after coming out of these apprenticeship programs. I just would like to see a little bit more of collaboration with them and the unions in general, in ensuring that, ensuring that individuals have the ability to work and actually work towards getting into a different income bracket based on their skill set. So I would like to ask you if you see within this project any room for apprentices to work. Of course, you can't have a team of them. You need to make sure that these are, any building that you build, there has to be skilled workers working on. But, I also, would like to have individuals who have the ability to learn under some of those people at the same time. Of course, they won't be getting paid the same amount, but, we're tax abating it, so there are monies that are going to be saved one way or another. Do you have any intent on having apprenticeship workers work in conjunction with the companies that you hire, the subcontractors you hire to help develop the property?
We certainly work with Slate all the time on our property management side, and that will be a new project for Indiness Management, who will be property managing this project. And so that's already in place with regards to that side of this project. But I can certainly reach out to you and work with you and the designated general contractor on making those connections.
Thank you. That is certainly appreciated because
Glad to.
we got $2 billion coming up the street. Of course, everybody's not going to be able to work on it, but the last thing I want to hear is, we don't have trained individuals to do the task. And the hardest thing is going through training when you don't have adequate funding to keep you, to help you live, right? To eat and do everything that you need to do to go through your daily routine so you can get to the place where you can become a journeyman or you become better at your job. So I certainly appreciate that. I support the project, but I definitely would want to make sure that we are incentivizing as a city people to become tradesmen and, kind of help build the city up and have the skill sets to do so, because we're underpopulated right now. And I think once we really start pushing the needle on that and getting that population up, there's a lot of room for individuals in the city to grow who aren't on that path of growth already. And even those individuals who are already growing, like we all are trying to get to a different level in life. So, and once again, I appreciate it, and most certainly we'll look forward to speaking with you and working with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And thank you, Alderwoman Ingracia.
Odenberg, did I? Yeah, I did.
You did.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm losing track here. Hearing no other questions, the chair will entertain a motion that we pass out Board Bill number 96 with the do-pass recommendation.
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Hearing no objection, there's a request for previous.
I have an objection. I'm going to abstain out of an abundance of caution.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Kennedy. Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis. Alderman Kotor. Alderman Ogilvy. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Odenberg.
Abstain.
Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
6 aye votes and 1 abstain.
Okay, with your vote, we've passed out a board bill, we passed out a committee board bill number 96. Next.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, Alderwoman Martin. 11th Ward. Board bill number 180, committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a bunch of handouts as well, more than you ever wanted.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to put Board Bill 180 committee substitute before the committee.
Okay, it's been, so what we're doing, Alderwoman, is we have to get the proper, so the Alderman from the 22nd has requested that we take up Board Bill number 120, 180 committee substitute. Is there a second for that? There's a second by the
Previous
Alderman
roll.
from the second. There's an objection to the previous roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Kennedy. Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis. Alderman Kotor. Alderman Ogilvy.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Bosley. Alderman Odenberg. And Chairman Rhodey.
Aye.
7 aye votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I can start with running through a few of the changes first. So basically, I don't know how familiar you are with prevailing wage, but I believe that this bill would create a level playing field for all our contractors to bid at the same wage. And also, it creates a benefit rate that ensures that workers earn the area standard wage. So what we're doing is, or what this bill does rather, is this sort of mimics a lot of what the state and federal laws have on the books, that if a developer receives an incentive, then they should also pay the area standard wage on that project for not just for the subcontractors and also the pre-construction. Currently in the city, we have an issue where the subcontractors and some of the pre-construction, those folks are not getting paid the prevailing wage. I've worked with a lot of different people on this and I've made a couple compromises on this bill. One of the things is, or the first thing rather, is I have expanded the multifamily unit number. So if you are 20 units or less on a project, this would not apply to you. I didn't want to hurt the smaller folks, kind of your local landlords or the community development groups. And then one of the other larger concessions is I've talked to a couple different contractors and also the Association of General Contractors, and we lowered the percentage of the withhold from 20 to 5%. Just talking with those contractors and understanding what their margins are. This would only be 5% held until it's ensured that the project was done right and people were paid the area wage. And then I also had a couple things passed out. One was a packet on prevailing wage in Missouri, but it also just shows you what St. Louis County's area standard wage is per occupation. There's also a $1 million threshold on this, so a project under $1 million would be exempt from this.
are you?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Alderman Boyd, do you have any questions?
I think it's a good bill, and I want to be a co-sponsor.
Thank you. And I do have several co-sponsors, including Alderwoman Boyd. We just didn't get them all in by the cutoff.
Okay. Alderman Kotar, any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. And maybe I'm missing this. You mentioned there's $1 million threshold on this. Where is that?
Do you all have a clean copy of the bill?
Of the committee sub? No, I mean, I've got I guess the one with the changes. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't see it.
Did you need a copy of it?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have a copy?
Oh, I have a copy of the markups.
Here's the one. This one.
Okay, I did intend $1 million threshold on this. I'm not sure why. We've had several different versions before I filed the sub, and I'm not sure why that's not in there, but I'm amenable to that.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't, unless I missed it, I don't see it in there.
Mr. Ghali has informed me that it is not in there.
Okay. Are these projects already subject to the prevailing, and pardon my ignorance on prevailing wage, but aren't these projects already subject to the prevailing wage laws?
They're not. Now, if they get historic tax credits or low-income credits, and they are, that's triggered by the state.
Okay.
But here in the city, we do not have a policy.
Okay, so just right now, if you're getting some sort of state incentive, you'd be subject to the prevailing wage?
Correct.
But not for...
Or if you're public works or you're getting some sort of federal incentive.
But our local public works projects currently are not?
I believe local public works are, yes.
Oh, okay. All right, my next question is, you talked about that withhold, and I guess it's on the section 4, it looks like.
4 or 5, yeah.
Yeah.
No, 4,
What
sorry.
is that? The public shall withhold and retain 5% of the total project until such time. What does that mean? 5% of what?
They hold, I believe, the developer enters into agreement with the city, and then they withhold 5% of the incentive until it is completely finished.
Okay. I think that maybe in your red line, in your new version, needs to be clarified, because right now it just says withhold 5% of the total project. But does that, and maybe it's 5% of the applicable incentive or something else, but I mean, I just don't think that's clear right now.
Okay. Yes. I do not.
I don't know, it should be 5% of, you need to define what the 5% is. It's in section 4.
It'd be a project under projects that...
But what, 5% of total, what does that mean?
They can't withhold the project cost because the project cost belongs to the bank. Most of the project cost is going to belong to the bank, right? Okay. Well, and then even if you withhold the... Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not clear what 5% is.
Yeah, the value of the incentive, but then it's not like you're going to send a check.
$100 million. It was in the original.
Yeah, it's just for clear, I think we want to go ahead and get everything on the table today. If we can't get this
Yes, please.
figured out, we'll at least get it on the table. We have a meeting next week on the, what's today, the 23rd and the 30th. So we have 2 more meetings yet. I believe the 30th we'll still have time to get stuff out. But if we could get all this, if there's any other issues come up, let's go ahead and do this. If you can figure out how to do it before we're done with the meeting, we can kind of put this aside, take up the other board bills,
Okay.
and then you can come back.
That's fine.
This meeting are certainly next Wednesday, so it's not
Okay.
like we're trying to shut the door on this.
Right.
Are there any other questions, Alderman Kotar, before we move on? Okay, Alderman Ogilvie, do you have any questions?
Yes. So I mean, some of these questions are some areas of lack of knowledge I have, but some are also specific to the bill and the impact the bill will have. So I guess one concern I have is I have no idea what the actual impact will be on contractors and on project costs. So I don't know how often contractors are paying less than the minimum wage or developers are paying, less than the prevailing wage. And I have no idea what the impact on increasing development costs is going to be if this passes. One concern would be that the impact is large and we've suddenly require lots more incentives to make the project happen because the margins on these projects drops. I wish we had some data. I mean, I don't know if this data exists, but some data on how often prevailing wage is not being paid or on what components of the projects. Presumably, well, I guess it's just a big question mark. I don't know what the impact would be.
Well, I would argue that it's really the developer that it would be absorbing the costs because the folks, the contractors bidding on the projects, the sets floor, the sets a base standard from which they're bidding. A city contractor is going to generally have, or a city, or at least in the St. Louis region, is going to have more overhead than, say, someone out in Montgomery County or somewhere like that. And I actually have some other counties just to show you that their prevailing wage is usually anywhere from a couple dollars to, $8, $10 less. So it certainly is a level playing field for our local contractors. Also, I believe this is holding folks who receive incentives accountable to paying their folks a set standard. I mean, just like we have the minimum wage, that's basically, this is a minimum wage for your skilled workers. And I think that's actually putting revenue back into our system.
Right. I mean, I don't want to take this discussion too far, but I mean, it may be a situation where we have conflicting priorities, right? If we have a concern that we need to develop or build more affordable housing, then this probably runs counter to that. If your primary concern is maintaining, higher wages for employees, then, obviously this is beneficial there. But my point about that is I just don't know what the impact is.
Well, we do have to have folks who make a living wage, and I mean, you can look at the benefits packages on these and on the handouts, and we have, in order for folks to, I mean, this sort of just goes to what we've learned today and some of Alderman Bosley's questions. If we don't have folks making a living wage, they're not going to be able to, contribute in our city and afford housing in our city. If they're doing low-income housing, they're going to already be prevailing wage jobs. If you're talking about, I don't know if you're talking about just actual affordable housing or just affordable housing in general. This is also 20 units or less as well, so right. I don't know what kind of housing you're talking about.
Okay, and I'm just interested in sort of digging down to the actual impacts a little further. So let me back up. So one concern I have about the bill is that it doesn't have a definitions section. So I'm not sure which incentives we're talking about.
All incentives.
I think that should be in the bill. And
I believe it is.
What an incentive is, because we just authorized this personal property tax abatement. I don't think that's specifically defined within this bill. So in that case, we're going to have this personal property tax abatement for $75 million of manufacturing equipment. In that case, AB would be responsible for paying the prevailing wage on all aspects of, apparently, it says maintenance and all kinds of stuff going.
It's on the construction, not the ongoing maintenance, but on the construction.
It does say maintenance in here, though. Building or property maintenance performed within the city of St. Louis. So then do we have, so they have to maintain this equipment that they've purchased. The incentive runs for 10 years. Do we have any way of collecting the wage data that they're paying to people who are maintaining industrial equipment 10 years down the road? I mean, are we going to have any idea what that is?
Well, they do have to report. They have to, with prevailing wage projects, they have to report, I think, weekly what they are paying. That's how they keep track of it. I have some folks here that have experience with paying prevailing wage as contractors, and I can have them speak to that. But there is a tracking mechanism in place to ensure folks are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, this, to me, is an accountability bill.
Is it a tracking mechanism that the city currently has?
That I'm not sure, but I believe there is a mechanism, yes, because there are certain projects where they would, yes, because every county does have a, I know like oftentimes in counties, the treasurer is in charge of keeping that data.
And then, so another question would go to like this 5% figure. So a category of projects that don't have to pay prevailing wage right now, but would under this bill, would just be properties that just get tax abatement with no other incentive, which there might, there's quite a few of, I think, if you were, redeveloping a small office building, your only incentive might be tax abatement. So yesterday, you don't have to pay prevailing wage. Tomorrow, you do have to pay prevailing wage. The Board of, so tax abatement is just taxes you aren't paying in the future.
Sure.
There's no, this 5%, there's nothing to withhold there. Like if you've got a $5 million office renovation, there's no money for the
I understand what you're saying.
Public Service or anybody else to withhold. So this Section 4 doesn't really make, I don't know what it means, I guess.
Okay, all right.
It would be helpful for me to know, one, how it's going to get reported and how we track it, and two, to have some information about, like some real data on who is not paying a prevailing wage right now and what impact that might have on project costs. Because
well, every project, I mean, you have contractors reporting it to the state now. That's how they come up with the prevailing wage per county, is contractors are reporting their hours and what they were paying. But I understand what you're saying, that you're looking for the folks that aren't paying it.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, are we making a small change that takes like, 10% of developers and puts them in line with the other 90% of developers? Or are we actually doing some like very substantial change that like dramatically increases construction costs, and has a bunch of maybe unintended consequences that we're not aware of by passing this? So that's what I don't know.
Okay, and I also have some people here that can speak to that.
Okay.
That are in the industry. I would like to, if that's okay, have some people here that are here to testify. I don't know if we need the list. If you want to, Adam, get started, you could sign in and then. Right.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, appreciate your time today.
Could you identify, if you don't mind identifying?
My name is Adam McBride. I'm the Government Affairs Director, Legislative Director for the Eastern and Western Missouri Laborers District Councils. Cover the entire state, 14 different locals. I'm here, I have to be honest, this is a little unorthodox. I'm here on behalf of a gentleman that takes care of our county and city, and with the change in date of this committee hearing, he was unable to make it. So I'm here on behalf of Clinton McBride, who's our local level guy from Labor's Local 110. With that said, I do have, because this is such an important issue, two other gentlemen that would like to finish our comments for me, if the chair is okay with that. So again, this is a testimony from Clinton that I'm here to provide today. So he writes, I've previously spoken with most of you about an issue that has arisen in the city of St. Louis pertaining to incentivized projects. Currently on TIF and city bonded projects with a base value of $1 million or more. To clarify, there's apparently a lot of discrepancies between the previous version and this amended version. So I'm sure that'll get worked out. Or more, SLDC requires prime contractors to pay prevailing wages, but does not require subcontractors to pay prevailing wages. SLDC claims that Ordinance 69427 only requires prime contractors to pay prevailing wage. He says, I spoke with Alderman Kennedy, who was the original sponsor of 69427, and he indicated that the intent of that legislation was for the prevailing wage to apply to both prime and subcontractors. However, SLDC does not interpret Ordinance 69427 that way. Board Bill 180, the committee sub, what we thought was a committee sub, does not repeal Ordinance 69427, but rather clarifies the original intent and therefore requires prevailing wage to be paid both by prime and subcontractors on projects with a base value of $1 million or more that utilizes tax increment financing or city bonds. It also extends these requirements to tax-abated projects with a base value of over $1 million while excluding any residential projects with 20 or fewer units, which is going to become 5 now. Yeah.
It was 5.
It was, right. Why is this important? The City of St. Louis is currently using tax incentives to reward contractors who choose to pay poverty wages, and we are putting contractors who want to pay family-supporting wages and provide health care at a competitive disadvantage when bidding on city-incentivized projects. We should be using St. Louis tax dollars to leverage well-paying careers and not just minimum wage jobs. I'm going to let Carlos speak briefly, and then I will be up here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee for giving us this time. At the end of the day, this is not a contractor problem, it's more a developer problem. This issue because the contractors are not required to bid the sub work at prevailing wage. So usually the developers, what they do is they look for contractors that are willing to pay less. And we have seen this time again. The project usually doesn't cost any less by not bidding a prevailing wage. The developer makes, what this does for the developer is makes a bigger profit in their pockets. And they do this by, by the workers, by these workers doing all the work and not a prevailing wage, by doing it at a minimum wage. The hourly wage, when it's lower, and this is a different issue, that when it's lower, the city gets to collect taxes on the wages taxes on the workers. So if the worker is making minimum wage, the city is getting cheated by millions of dollars, thousands of millions of dollars they're not collecting. If they're getting paid lower wages, lower taxes. If they're getting paid prevailing wage, there's going to be higher taxes for the city for them to collect. But this, the only reason developers do this is so they can collect more money. I mean, at this time, they hire these contractors, they're not going to pay the workers. The workers make less money, the city makes less money. Another thing that this will do is make your job, the older men and older women's jobs a lot easier, because this will be a rule that everybody's got to play by. So it will make your decisions a lot easier when it comes down to giving tax money to these developers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for allowing me to have a...
I'm sorry, your name?
My name is Ronnie Griffin. I'm president of Labor's Local 110 St. Louis. and this is expounding on Mr. Clinton McBride's prepared statement to the board regarding this matter. I'd like to address some misinformation I've heard about how this may affect minority contractors. If prevailing wage is required on subcontractors, that means that when a contractor submits a bid, the developer is the one who's responsible for those man hours and must be bid at the prevailing wage. The developer pays those wages, not the contractor. They pay those wages to the contractor, and the contractor then pays the employees. It is not the contractor personally paying those wages out of his pocket. This legislation does nothing to impact minority contractors' ability to secure projects. Ordinance 70767 from last year dealt with the MBE, WBE inclusion in contracting and workforce. In my opinion, these bills go hand in hand. A large part of the impetus behind that ordinance was to get more minority contractors and minority construction workers involved in city incentivized projects. I commend this board and its efforts in that issue, but I firmly believe that it is the intent of this body was to make sure that those jobs being created and paying family supporting wages in Bill 180 subcommittee committee sub makes that happen. I would ask for favorable consideration of this body on Bill 180 committee sub so that we can create more opportunities for more city residents to make higher wages, thereby pumping more money into the city coffers and enabling the city to incentivize more projects to create more jobs. We often hear about this vicious cycle, as Dr. Purcell eloquently spoke about earlier in his presentation, and this piggybacks right on top of that. We can create more low-wage jobs and pay less tax money to the city, or we can pay the prevailing wage, which pays a higher wage and brings those city residents out of poverty and can affect their community in a positive way. I want to thank the board for its time and giving us this opportunity. By the way, I have copies of Mr. McBride's statement for all the members.
Great, thank you. Alderwoman Martin, did you, I think what we want to do is obviously hold this at least till, are you working on something for today? Oh, I think. Sure, were other people signed up to speak, or? Okay, yeah, are there people here, if they have not signed up and would like to speak, please?
Mr. Chair, one more statement for the alderman over here regarding prevailing wage and reporting. Certified payroll is presented, and I would assume that on a TIF project, the City of St. Louis requires certified payroll in order to track the reporting of those wages. And if you have the state prevailing wage laid out in front of you, that's how those wages are tracked through the state on a occupational basis. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, next speaker, Madam Clerk, if you care to call up.
Like Ronnie Griffin? Okay. Mark Dalton?
Yes. Good, is it afternoon by now? Good afternoon, thank you for letting me speak to you guys. I'm Mark Dalton, Political Director for the Carpenters Regional Council. Speaking in favor of this bill, I think this is a positive step for the city. We heard many things today, starting with dismantling the divide, that I think it's obvious that the city knows that they have work to do. When the developers come to the city looking for incentives and help on projects, I think one of the least things the city can do is ask these developers for help and say, you know, we would like our residents to be paid fairly for the work that they're doing, and it'll address a lot of issues. When you have, Alderman Boyd's talking about these studies that are done and then that's the end of it. I think this is some of the follow-through, some steps that can be taken to help out residents when this bill addresses some of the, minority requirements and things like that, getting more, hopefully to get more city residents on these projects. When Alderman Bosley's talking about people in your ward would love new housing, and to be able to afford that housing, but to be paid a proper wage is a first step in affording that housing. I think to require and to provide this opportunity for city residents to have an advantage to get these jobs is a great benefit, that they can work one job and provide for their family, not have to work several minimum wage jobs. And this is, to Alderman Ogilvy's point, this is a small change, just requiring these subcontractors to do this. It's not a substantial change. The one point you made about the equipment at AB, that's equipment maintenance, not building maintenance, so there's a lot of separation there. The developers that I just think when they come to the city asking for help, the least that can be asked of them is help as well, making sure people are paid a fair wage for what they're doing. When contractors and subcontractors are coming in and paying far below the standard wages for the area, most of the time those workers are coming from out of the area and even out of state to take the jobs that could be awarded to citizens of the area to help bring it up. So I don't want to add too much. It's already been a lengthy meeting, but if you have any questions, I will take those.
Thank you. No questions. Next speaker.
Byron Sanders.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Byron Saunders with Operating Engineers Local 513, and this is O'Donnell Townley. And I'd like to make a statement on behalf of the prevailing wage law. Prevailing wage is good for workers, business, and the community. Research consistently shows that the prevailing wage law benefits workers, business, and their entire community by producing more local jobs and a stronger economy and higher quality public works with no increase in the total project cost, and often at a savings to the taxpayers. Sorry about that. In all these areas, research shows that the prevailing wage law contributes to more constructive competition and in the construction sector. Competition based on skills, productivity, and the quality rather than paying low wages and experienced workers in unsafe conditions. And it also provides a training mechanism for bringing in lower paid workers to come into apprenticeship and learn a trade. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dave Sweeney.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is David Sweeney. I'm here to speak on behalf of one of my clients, Associated General Contractors, to be in support of this bill. The sponsor's been terrific in working through the different concerns the members I represent had, and we are in favor of this.
I have one question for you, Dave.
Sure.
As I understand it, and I'm sorry, I'm not as knowledgeable as I should.
That was going to be my excuse.
There is a previous bill that evidently our ordinance 69427. Now that covered the general contractor, but not subs. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation of it, and it's to expand that.
Why is this bill? I mean, wouldn't it be a logical starting point to change the definitions in that ordinance as opposed to come in with an entirely new bill?
Well, I think it's not like I don't know if it's necessarily an entirely new bill. It's editing portions of that existing
Is that what happened? So you use that as your template then?
Yeah, that ordinance is obviously still in play. And do you have a copy? I mean, that should. before you. I mean, usually you can reference.
Yeah, I guess to your question, why aren't we amending
That's what I,
ordinance 69427 to clarify that subs, basically to take portions of this bill and add it into that existing language?
Well, when I started out with this this bill, that's when this came to my attention that the original intent wasn't necessarily with the subs and pre-construction, but then it also came to my attention that they were often not being paid the area standard wage even on jobs that they should be. So I added it to this bill, added that language to ensure that this go around it wouldn't be misinterpreted.
But to your question about structural formatting, and I think that's what it was, Mr. Chairman, I think you could easily tweak that in the adjustments and make a reference to it or make the changes from within that document. I don't think that would change it and maybe make it more clear for some members of the board. I'd be happy to help with that.
so I would presume then, if we're already have a mechanism in place to track prevailing wage for general contractors, we would have somebody somewhere that can actually keep track of those hours, or how are we monitoring that now? Is that done over at SLDC, or?
Certified payroll would do that. All contractors using city money, city funds would be required to report certified payroll. And if you look at the wage and hour determination through the state of Missouri, that same wage and hour would apply. Therefore, when they turn in certified payroll, they would know what a laborer is supposed to get per hour, an operator is supposed to get per hour, so forth and so on.
No, I'm sorry. I think you're missing my point. If we have an ordinance, in place, we probably have a penalty in place for failure to comply at the general contractor level. So we would have to have somebody trying to make that.
The subs would be under the general contractor, I believe, correct? So that's, the general contractor is responsible for ensuring that the subs are in pre-construction are getting paid that rate. So this is being done, to Alderman Coder's point, this is already getting done in the city. It's concerning, I guess, that we don't know who has that. I mean, when I drafted this bill, I know that this is already getting done, so.
I guess, okay, so now you have a general contractor, and they're obligated to go ahead and make sure.
They're responsible for the subcontractors.
Okay. And so how is this different than that then?
Because currently, well, right now, these contractors, sub or general, they do not have to pay prevailing wage if they're getting incentives from the city.
I thought that's what ordinance 69427 does. I'm sorry. Is that not what's ordinance? I thought somebody just said ordinance 69427 requires general contractors to pay prevailing wage for projects that receive tax abatement, or?
The language is saying that they were just putting teeth in the language for clarification that subcontractors also are bound.
That was the intent in speaking with Alderman Kennedy, but the subcontractors are not currently getting, that is not being interpreted as such.
Okay, so I guess that, but we are at least tracking this at the general contractor level right now.
If the project requires, every county, and we have a unique situation, but in the state, or they are across the country, keeps track of the prevailing wage.
Right, I understand that there's a prevailing wage, and I understand that there's a process of figuring out what that is. But if we have an ordinance that says, you know, I guess, and I haven't read ordinance 69427, but I suspect there's some penalties in ordinance 69427 that require it, so that if I'm a general contractor and I do not, if I am not
Sure.
paying minimum wage, then XYZ.
Yes, and they get funds withheld, correct.
And is that, now, the 69427, does that identify which projects are covered? I mean,
I believe that it's only projects that are subject to prevailing wage with Public Works and ones that aren't currently.
So you're saying it doesn't cover projects?
I think it's just covering how we handle prevailing wage and who's subject to it, not, well, as it stands, I believe with how we handle it, handle projects under, locally under state and federal prevailing wage laws. I don't believe it adds those receiving incentives, but I could be wrong.
I don't have it in front
Looking at 69427, and actually, I guess I haven't, now that I'm looking at this, I have a question probably for SLDC, because it looks like 69427 applies only to public works projects and TIF projects. We're expanding this to include
Correct.
abatements, other industrial revenue bonds.
Yes.
What other incentives?
Certain taxing
that
districts.
I think, as to the Alderman from the 24th mentioned, need to be defined clearly in here, which I don't think
And
they are
there
currently.
was a bill that had a little bit more, there was a version of this somewhere down the line that had some more language to it.
So my
we'll
next
have to
question,
amend that.
based on 69427, there's a remedies section for breaches of, I guess, failing to pay a prevailing wage. And it basically involves putting the general contractor on a list and barring them for participation in public works or TIF projects for a period of up to 2 years. Has that ever been done? Have we ever actually sanctioned anyone for violating the prevailing wage? Is anyone actually monitoring this? Is it even being monitored, the prevailing wage? On TIF projects?
I'm not aware that our office is doing it, but maybe someone is.
Okay.
I think this is a lot of the feedback I hear from contractors who do pay prevailing wage or higher, that this is the problem with competition, in the city, is people can come from wherever
Right.
and not abide by the rules, and that seems to be okay.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to suggest. Alderwoman, I don't think there's opposition. I haven't heard any opposition. I just think that we need to have kind of some clarification. I think we need to, whoever is monitoring this, if we are monitoring this, we need to, it'd be nice if we could find out who that person is and then give us an idea of.
And I apologize, I was under the assumption that there was that in place here in the city.
Alderwoman, believe me, when you do legislation like this, it's extreme. I think offline, we've had some conversation.
Yes, no, I appreciate all your help.
That when you do this, issues come up that you never go straight from A to B. And so that's why I think I kind of prepped you that things are going to come up on this. This is complicated and it touches a bunch of different parts of city government. So please don't.
No, I appreciate it, and if you're going to do it right.
Yeah, we will be back here next week and the following week, and then of course you always have next session. You're an odd, so we know that you're going to be down here again. So, I would encourage that we take our time, try to figure out what we're doing right now, and I actually think it's probably better to work from, amending the existing ordinance, because they probably have a lot of the definitions and penalties and stuff in there. But I am not a lawyer, and, far be it from me to give advice to folks who are advising you. So what I'm going to suggest is that we'll hold this for now.
Okay.
And then we will bring it back before the committee anytime, you feel like you're ready to take it up again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is, I think we're down to 3 things. Alderman Kodar's on the committee. Alderman, do you want to take yours up, Alderman? You're jumping up before I even announced who was going to. Go ahead. We have Sam Moore's folks down.
Are we doing this?
Yeah.
Do that first.
Okay, can somebody speak to Sam Moore's? Okay, Dale, if you care to step forward, please.
Dale.
Are we going to do it now?
Yes. Board Bill 194.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I thought you were saying Dakota was going.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if we've met yet.
Afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
Amina Wright with St. Louis Development. How are you?
Ms. Wright, proceed, please.
All right, so I have here Board Bill 194. This is in the Ville neighborhood with Alderman Moore. The name and the parameters for the project are Cottage Avenue, Taylor, Maffitt, and Cora Avenue. Here we have developers Walter and Michael Lobster with Telemon Community Services. They are working with a host of projects. We have a lot of vacant lots in the area, and they're also working with LRA in attaining a lot of the properties there. They're looking to bring in some new construction in different phases, well, in separate phases. The first phase including 6 new construction homes with a total of 18 homes over the 2 phases. Their estimated construction costs are at $9.3 million. They are seeking tax abatement for the project, and based on the financial analysis as well as the tax abatement map, they are allowed up to 20 years tax abatement, and this is broken down into 10 years of full tax abatement, or full tax abatement for the first 10 years, the next 5 years at 90% tax abatement, and the remaining 5 years at 50% tax abatement. The developers are unable to attend our meeting this morning. However, if you have any questions regarding the project and/or the financial analysis, Jonathan Ferry is also here as well to speak to that.
All right. Alderman Boyd, do you have any questions?
Sure. Is the developer here?
No.
Because I saw this at the Planning Commission meeting, and some of the conversations suggested that these homes would be sold for like $300-some-thousand.
That is the estimated selling price for some of the homes, yes.
And I was just curious, it's not my ward, but the design is interesting. I wish the developer was here or the alderman so I could ask them some more specific questions. It's a very suburban style plan within the heart of a very urban neighborhood. I was just curious of how they're going to pull off a sale price of $300-some-thousand. I mean, the lots are obviously pretty huge.
The lots are actually pretty small. They do plan to consolidate a few of those lots. Some of the lots as small as 17 feet wide.
There's a lot of green space. That's the wrong one. The presentation I saw at Planning Commission looked like there was a lot of green space.
Yes, a lot of the lots are vacant.
No, I'm just saying with the development itself, if it was actually, completed, which made it look like the lot size were kind of large. But anyway, it's not my ward. It's very interesting, the design. That was kind of like some of the questions I wanted to ask the developer. I don't know how they're going to pull that off, personally. But nothing beats a failure but a try.
No.
I have no other
They
questions.
are absolutely trying.
Alderman Cotard.
No question.
Alderman Ogilvy.
So we're authorizing abatement in a larger area than this project really is, right? They've got a plan for 18 homes, but there's a lot more than 18.
A span over 3 blocks, essentially.
Okay. They don't own all the property in these.
Not at this time.
Okay. So I guess, so sometimes when we hear, this is something I probably just don't understand. So often in the past, we have one developer doing a number of new homes, like single-family style homes, will individually authorize tax abatement on at each of those addresses. Here, we're just doing it over several blocks, some of which they own, some of which they don't own. So is there a reason why, I guess, is my question?
There are a handful of homes that are existing in the area, some of them vacant, and I think only a few of them are still occupied. So this enables those properties that are currently there the opportunity for redevelopment.
It's really 1.5 blocks we're talking about, and there are, I think, about 4 existing houses within that area. 2 are occupied, 2 are not. But I think the developer's intent is to build 18 houses and pretty well fill out all the land that is now vacant, and all of that vacant land is LRA land. So he has that under contract. And he would build 6 to begin with, but his hope is that they would then sell, and he would build from that the remainder of the 18 houses. So I think the 18 houses, Alderman Boyd is correct that his anticipation is that the lots will be like 60 feet wide. They're not going to be little narrow lots. Of course, we have a lot of projects in the city, a lot of development in the city on 60-foot wide lots. It's not like that's never happened before. Many of the larger houses in St. Louis are on 60-foot wide lots. But that he would combine, and some of the lots, as Amina mentioned, are only 17 feet wide now. So he would combine those lots into something approximately 60 feet wide, and then build these individual houses on them. And I think to a great extent it's going to see what the market will bear. His idea is a fully loaded house might be in the $300,000 range, but then I'm sure he would be able to build a house that would be smaller than that, or with less bells and whistles if the market is looking for something less than that. I think Alderman Moore, who I guess could not be here this morning, was very enthusiastic about getting a product like this in his ward because nothing like that obviously is available currently.
Sure. If I can briefly editorialize, I worry that the last bill we looked at, if we passed it, this is the type of project it might impact. I mean, this is a project. It's a little bit speculative. It's got a very low rate of return. It's building new housing in a low-income area that hasn't seen a lot of development. And if this is the type of project we're putting more costs on the developer to do, this is very likely the type of project that we just won't see happen. So that's what I was talking about when I was saying there's conflicting goals sometimes when we pass some of this legislation. So. No more questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Bosley.
I just have one. How many square feet are these houses?
I think they average around 3,000 square feet. They're anywhere from 3 bedrooms to 5 bedrooms, and there are also townhomes included.
But there are smaller houses also, so, that's, I think they begin around 2,000 square feet.
Okay. And is the lowest cost for them 300? They all start at 300,000?
Well, I think that would be what he's looking at is a 2,000 square foot house fully loaded with everything. But I think if he stripped it down a bit, he could probably build something for less than that if that's what the market is desiring. But they live in the area, and they definitely, we've met with them 2 or 3 times. They have high hopes of being able to attract new residents essentially at this higher level.
Oh, I applaud the effort. I definitely think it would be nice. I don't think you could find a house worth $300,000 in the 4th or the
Well, this is no question a challenge, but it sounds like the Lobster Brothers, together with Alderman Moore, at least want to give it a try to see if that's possible. I think they see setting this block on Kennerly off from everything else, that it would really have, a special design and all that might well attract people to come to that block.
Understood. Thank you. I just inquiring about the square feet. Just kind of wanted to know the cost. cost versus how big the houses were.
Right.
Because I know the square footage of the houses we tear down, and it's pretty interesting to see what the cost is to build a new. So, thank you.
Right.
Alderman Oldenburg.
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Boyd.
The tax abatement, I certainly have no problem with a 20 years tax abatement. So the math is not adding up to me. $9.3 million, it says, construction costs, it's construction costs. And that's basically 18 homes. That's over $500,000 a home.
I would agree that's the number they gave us, and I think their thought was that a number of the houses would be very elaborate and therefore exceed the $500,000, and they would average at that. But I would agree. I don't think it's going to pan out that way, but that is what they've penciled it in at.
Mr. Chairman, I normally don't do this to another alderman, but I would ask that we hold the bill and have the developer come before the HUS committee next week if that's possible. Again, I have no problems with the amount of tax abatement, but I am curious about the project.
Okay. If there's, should that be a problem, do you think? Or?
Well, I don't know what would happen if it comes before you next week. It still could be approved on the final day you meet with the suspension of rules in terms of your timing. So, and that seems to be often what you do on the last day before you break for elections. Without suspending rules, there wouldn't be time to get it out on February 1st if you delay it a week. That's my
You know what? I withdraw my consideration. I can ask the alderman on the floor.
Okay. All right. If there's no other objections, the chair will entertain a motion on Board Bill number 194.
I move that we pass Board Bill 194 out with a due pass recommendation.
Second. Been moved, seconded, request for previous roll. Hearing no objections, we'll consider Board Bill 194 as passed out of committee with a due pass recommendation. We are now, believe it or not, down to the last alderperson who has legislation before us. Alderman, I'll let you make the call. Do you want to do Resolution 203 or Board Bill number 207?
Take Resolution 203 first, since St. Louis Parking has been waiting patiently since
And I want to apologize or thank you for your patience, everyone.
I warned him it would be a long one. Joe, come on up. And I've got a handout for you all on this resolution with some financials prepared by SLDC. And I've got Joe Pelusi here, who's a representative of St. Louis Parking Company. I'm sure you're all familiar with St. Louis Parking, owned by the Poor family. They've been in St. Louis for a very long time. They own a lot of property, probably in a number of our wards, and operate both structured and surface parking throughout the region. Also provide valet services for a number of buildings. St. Louis Parking has decided they own a lot of property, but they've also been paying a lot of rent for many, many years in a building downtown. They've decided they want to own their own building, move down to the Kosciuszko area, which is the industrial area just east of Soulard. It's an existing enhanced enterprise zone authorizing up to 10 years of 100% tax abatement. So they've been working with SLDC. The plan is to spend about $725,000 in construction costs, rehabbing an old, you've got a picture of it. It was a urgent care center at one point. This is just east of 7th Street in Soulard. Down on 3rd Street. I think, to put in perspective, I think the sprinkler fitters are right down there, aren't they? They're Union Hall. And a number of other, the letter carriers are down there. There's a bunch of Union Halls in that area. They're going to add a few jobs, which we're excited about, and we're keeping them in the city and keeping them, hopefully, in the 7th Ward. So this as contemplated, the resolution authorizes a 10-year abatement at 80%.
Right. Alderman Boyd, any questions?
So, I should know this, but where's your office located now?
We're at U.S. Bank Plaza.
They're on the 24th floor,
Oh, okay.
505 North, was that 7th Street?
Nothing like having your own. No other questions.
Alderman Ogilvy?
No questions.
Alderwoman Boyd?
No question.
Alderman Bosley?
Good afternoon. Well, of course, this building is currently it's not being used at all.
Pardon me?
I said this building currently isn't being used at all.
That's correct. The building's been vacant, I don't know how long. As long as I've been alderman, I don't know when that urgent care closed.
So, that's what it used to be.
Yeah, and it was in pretty rough shape. I mean, I know there's substantial flooding inside in the basement, a lot of water damage, and it needs a new roof. It needs a lot of work.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Alderman Oldenburg?
No questions.
Hearing no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion on Resolution 203.
I move that we adopt Resolution 203 with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 2nd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 27th. A request for previous roll. Hearing no objections, we'll consider Board Bill number 203 as heard and pass out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Alderman, our last piece of legislation before us, Board Bill number 207.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Board Bill 207, I'm throwing the mic here. I've got handouts. Board Bill 207 is probably a building most of you are familiar with, or at least have seen. It's 200 North 4th Street downtown, which is part of the sort of Mansions House Gentry Landing group of those three high-rises there on 4th Street overlooking the arch. 200 North 4th Street is currently a hotel operating as a City Place Hotel. Prior to that, it was the Crown Plaza. It's 440 rooms currently. It was purchased a few years back by Inner Circle Investments out of Florida, and they've been sort of kicking around what to do with this big, old high-rise. What was ultimately determined and what they've decided to move forward with is a pretty unique project, and it's sort of parceling up the building into three uses. What they're proposing is 186 hotel rooms, so considerably shrinking the hotel footprint of this building. 96 timeshares, and Mr. Sweeney's representing Inner Circle in here to talk more about that timeshare concept in an urban environment, because that's something that's, I think, new to St. Louis and probably unique to this building, and then 160 apartments. It's got underground parking already, so there's parking including in the building. This bill would authorize a 10-year abatement at 90% to help defray some of these costs. Construction cost-wise, I think we're looking at about 48 million, almost 49 million in renovations to this building. These were built in the 60s. They need a lot of work in terms of the mechanicals, parceling them out into these new uses. So this one we're hoping to convert, take some of those hotel rooms offline and find some new uses for it. Happy to answer any questions, and Dave will assist with that as well.
Is this now a hotel?
It's a hotel. It's an unflagged. It's the Crown. It's the City Place Hotel right now.
And I presume, gosh, I think I would have been alive when these were built, just as a young kid. But they were probably tax abated originally, 50 years ago or whatever?
I can't speak to that. Okay.
It was. I mean, we're talking about in the 60s.
Come on up, Dale.
Yeah.
Has it subsequently been tax abated for the hotel that's down there?
Oh, no, I don't remember that.
Okay.
No, I think this was the original Mansion House tax abatement, which would have started sometime probably 66 or something like that.
Okay, so it's been over. My concern is that we just go through a whole series of sequential tax abatements, and I would like that we, I would like to make sure that if we're in a situation where we're doing that, everybody knows about that before it shows up in front of committee, because I think that should be an exceptional, very exceptional situation. So, okay, Alderman Boyd, any questions?
Sure. My question is probably to the developer. Is a developer here?
Representative.
I just want to talk finances, for example. I kind of had, full disclosure, a quick comment with David, Planning Commission meeting. So how much would each timeshare be sold for? Tell me the whole mechanics of the timeshare. A week, they're selling weeks, they're selling months.
Typically, it's at weeks up to months, obviously. I don't know the exact rate that they're going for. I'm sure that fluctuates with the types of rooms and the different negotiations they do. I mean, you're an owner, you can probably speak to that more as you disclose the planning.
Yeah, I would give a timeshare week about 15 grand.
That's on the beach. I mean, this is a neat, going back to the timeshare vacation rental, I mean, this is one of the first markets where they're going into the urban core, especially for this company that's doing it, Diamond Resorts. You may have seen Diamond Resorts for the past year. There are Pelicans games, there are hockey games, there's Cardinals games. So they're really trying to bring up this market, and it's unique to a city like ours to have this. We had an initial meeting early on with convention and tourism, and these are folks that may not necessarily think to come to St. Louis, and now that they have a short-term vacation rental, they're coming. And they're coming with their place already paid for, and they're coming with dollars to spend.
Yeah, no, it's a great concept. You're going to put a hotel together. Before I forget, I'm going to go back to Alderman Coder, because we have $30 million construction costs. You said $49 million. So did the costs go up?
30. Am I reading this wrong?
Yeah, use funds. Yeah,
acquisition.
I think
Sorry.
they looked at acquisition.
I misspoke. I included the acquisition costs in there of 20 million. Sorry about that.
Okay. So back to the weeks. So I'm going to take the 49 million number. And typically, so this is how the timeshare situation works. So you get 52 weeks a year, right? So one room gets rented out for a week, 52 times, right? Okay, so times 96 rooms, that equals 4,992 weeks times, I want to say 10,000 a week. That's $49,920 just for the 96 rooms.
The 100% occupancy every night, just like a hotel. I mean,
But they don't have to be, though. The nice thing about timeshare, you're going to pay for it regardless if you use it or not. It's
10,000 a week?
It seems high.
for 1 week.
This isn't beachfront, Alderman. I mean,
Well, I paid about 15 for Vegas, and I know this is not Vegas, but I do know how the system works, and you could go wherever you want to go. You're not limited to that particular spot that you buy your timeshare. You can go to New York, you can go to wherever you want to go. I'm just curious as to, where's Jonathan?
What's that?
I'm not opposed, it's a great project, but I'm just financially, and I'm not the financial wizard, I think our professor chairman is, but I'm just kind of curious how those financials look to justify tax evasion.
I guess I'll defer to Jonathan if he wants to come up and walk us through some of his analysis.
also, I'd like to introduce Jacob Surratt
Yeah,
from Dublin.
and I'm only going to focus on the timeshares, as far as how you calculate that in, on revenue.
Hello, Jacob Surratt, Duff & Phelps. So are you asking the way the model works from the developer's perspective, correct?
Yeah. How did the developer come up with what it's going to cost to justify even doing the project, right? They're going to take the timeshare revenue and they're going to take 40% occupancy. I just made that number up. Of the regular rooms, they're going to take into consideration restaurants, whatever commercial enterprise they have going on, right?
Mm-hmm. So the way this one works, Diamond is going into a portion of a building, so there's a master lease.
Mm-hmm.
So the developer is doing the hotel, the timeshare, and the apartments. So they are essentially the operator. They're doing all the expenses. They are getting the income from it, but Diamond Resorts, there's like a second party in here with the timeshare. So this is just from the developer's perspective, what the developer is going to see, how it impacts the financials of the specific project.
The developer is putting the whole project together, right?
So what the people that are renting the timeshares pay, that goes to the developer, goes to Diamond. It's not all into the pro forma that came up with what the project's going to do from a financial perspective.
Why not?
Because, but you have to pay both people. So
You have to pay both people.
Diamond Resorts isn't doing this project.
Okay, how much, let me just ask, how much revenue is this project projected to bring in every year?
From just the timeshare?
As an example.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just going to pull the specific number because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Because they're getting two sources of revenue, because with all those timeshares, you have to provide all the amenities, you have to provide all of that. So they're getting paid a flat rate for the units and then a flat rate for the timeshare. So per year, the developer's seeing $2.9 million in maintenance fee revenue.
I'm sorry, say it again.
$2.9 million.
Uh-huh.
And then from the lease, $2.05 million. So those are just the revenues.
So
the expenses are $2.6 million, and then $1.1 million in operating.
So the timeshares alone, 2.05 million revenue, is that what you said?
That is what the developer is seeing from the timeshares. It's kind of like if with a hotel, like a Comfort Inn. So when you pay to stay in a hotel, you have to pay Comfort, let's just say it's Choice Hotels, that does all the booking, that does all the branding, the big corporate headquarters, but then they don't necessarily own the hotel. It's owned by some family that pays to be flagged, so you're paying both people. So in this instance, we're doing it from the developer standpoint.
I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused when you're saying you're paying both people, because I'm just visualizing you have this building. When I go and spend $100 for a hotel, that $100 paid to an entity. Now, how they divide it up is on them, but what I'm looking at is for the revenue for that whole project. I don't care if Jack Coder gets 50%, Dave Sweeney gets 30%, and you get 20%. There's still, 100% of that revenue generated for that particular project, correct?
So maybe a better analogy might be like one of these developments where you've got like, I'm going to use like an anchor box store as an example. So for example, a lot of times the box store, whether it's, Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, the building itself is owned by a separate developer, but then there's basically, in this case, there's multiple uses, but the company, the Lowe's or the Walmart or whatever, has a lease for that entire space. And so the developer, like, the Walmart will make so much money on whatever they sell to the public, but the developer, that doesn't really affect them. They're only going to make whatever the lease payment is.
Gotcha.
So that's similar here. Basically, in this case, the developer is the person that owns the building and is redeveloping the property. But the timeshare company is basically like the Walmart or the Lowe's that's going in, and they're leasing out the space, and whatever revenue they're able to make and make their profit off of, they're going to make. But they're taking on the risk of the occupancy, whereas the owner of the property is basically just going to get paid a set amount or whatever.
Okay, I got it. That makes it a little bit more clear. But I still would like to see the actual financials that you went through to come up with the justification for tax abatement.
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions?
Okay, Alderman Ogilvy.
So the property's occupied right now?
Property's somewhat occupied. It's a hotel right now. I can't speak to their room occupancy. I think it's pretty low.
Okay, but the base property tax from which we're abating is not
zero by any means.
Right, I looked it up, and it's not like an artificially low level because it's been vacant for decades or something.
No, I think it's close to like 160,000 annually, isn't it? Is that right?
I think the appraised value is about $9 million, so then the tax value on that would be about 10% of 3 million.
Yeah, it's 300,000. So they're paying substantial taxes already. So yeah, this is not a project where we're starting from zero,
close to
abating
zero, yeah.
10 years. There's a pretty high, the floor is pretty high.
Right. Okay, that was my only question. I also, 10,000 a week for,
I don't, that seems high.
Alderman Boyd can stay at my house for 10,000 a week.
I'll sell you my timeshare for 6. How about
I'll take the dogs with me before you move in.
Alderman Boyd's point of view is that people should pay him to stay with them.
No other
Because
questions.
of his keen wit and intellect, but, okay, Alderwoman Boyd.
No question.
Alderman Bosley.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I didn't, I think I heard very well the answer to Alderman Ogilvy's question. Just to, I guess to clarify, are you saying we're right now currently paying $350,000 or $380 in taxes every year?
I'm going to ask John or Dave to give me the real number of what the annual tax payment is currently, but it's substantial.
Yes.
What is it?
We'll pull in that number and we'll get that to you, but at least roughly 300.
It's about 300,000. And that will continue to be paid, obviously. We're just,
That's the total
yeah, that's a total tax bill for the property, and then obviously we'd be basically freezing that. You know, there's still going to be some additional tax payments because this is not a full abatement, it's a 90% abatement.
Understood. So in 5 years, I'm trying to kind of see where we at. It looks like in 5 years we'll only be missing out. What is that? 550,000 a year, or are we talking 5 years in general? We'll be missing out on 550,000. And this is the. I'm looking at the school board number for the school district.
Oh, here, you're looking at
The average annual
right
abatement
here.
value.
Is this what you're looking at?
No. I'm in the
Oh,
fiscal
looking at
part
that
of
one.
it. Here where it says average annual abatement value.
Right. Yeah, no, the average annual abatement value is pretty high. It's based on what I mean, given what the net operating income is off of the property, I use an income approach to sort of do an appraisal of what I think the property is going to be worth. So the property goes from, in my model, being worth currently today about $9 million to being worth about $50 million. So basically that $41 million of appraised value is, well, 90% of that is being abated. And so that adds up to a fairly significant amount of money. It adds up net present value of almost $7.5 million over the 10 years. I
But
mean,
you don't get all that because you started at a higher base than $9 million, right?
what's that?
You said that the value today was 9 and that
Approximately
the increment
9.
was 41 million,
Right.
which is 50, but you're not abating the full 50, you're only abating,
41.
well,
No,
no,
90% of the
You're
41.
going to abate did you use the 9 million? Oh, I'm sorry, you did use the 9 million as your starting value. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Late in the day, I'm not thinking clear. I got it. Never mind. I apologize. Finish.
No, that's okay.
I was using that.
So we'll be missing out on $7.5 million then over the next 10 years, pretty much.
Yeah, in current day dollars, that's right.
I'm sorry.
In current day dollars.
Right, in current value as it is right now. So in 2 years from now, let's say for instance all these upgrades are done, and like you said, the building is worth $50 million, then that number could substantially have changed if we were to go back and relook at the numbers 2 years from now when it's appraised differently based on the upgrades that have ensued, right?
Right.
So I wanted to also ask, on top of Alderman Boyd's question, if we do have a number of what the developer, or not the developer, I guess the amount that this building will yield per year, and that's with the, what's the name of the company that is the timeshare company?
Diamond something?
Diamond Resort. So they won't own the building. The developer will own the building, correct?
Developer
Diamond
owns the
Resorts
building.
will basically be leasing some number of floors from the developer.
Understood. So they'll lease some numbers from the floor, then they'll get income coming in from the hotel, and just income's coming from, all of those different.
You've got three sources. You've got your apartments that the developer, I assume, will own, so we'll probably help them manage. And then you'll have your timeshares, which they'll pay an annual rental fee of, what was that number, $2.05 million to the developer. Obviously, there's operating costs associated with it too. And then there's the hotel use, which will have revenues.
Understood. So with all three of those, do we have an aggregate cost? Well, not a cost, but an idea of how much they'll be bringing in collectively with all three of those different revenue sources?
Yeah, that was done in our model.
So that will
Jacob
all be
has
going to the developer minus the
by year
percentage.
number.
I'm
that
sorry.
Jacob has the year-by-year number that he can tell you what the revenues are.
Isn't this it? This is your...
Oh, yeah. This, yeah. I don't put their revenue projections on here. This is the city's revenue projections.
No, not the city.
You want the developer's
Right.
projection. Jacob can speak to that.
Yeah, I don't keep that in my report, so.
The total revenue is, and actually I think, so.
Profit, 5 million.
Yeah, 5 million after expenses. EBITDA is 3.9, and I think it's a little lower because similar to an old,
what we got
similar
on-
to a bill earlier.
3.5 million a year.
Yeah, 3.5 million, and we had dropped some numbers down more in line with market, so it may be closer to 3. I'm remembering I don't have the most current printout.
So that's after paying expenses?
Yes.
What about before expenses?
Before expenses.
Aggregated is 18.2, it's probably about 17.
17 million, and they're only receiving 3 million a year after spending what they need to spend on operations?
Yeah, a lot of the operations, the timeshare, they make a lot of money, but those people that are shelling out $10,000 a week are demanding a lot of services, so they have to, it's a different level of quality. I mean, there will be a doorman, there will be valet that's included. I mean, those people aren't shelling out any additional money. Yeah, food's included, and then you have operating expenses from all of that. So that's, the number just continues to shrink. And the three different sources. Yeah, 1/6.
So by those calculations, I mean, it would take 10 years just to get $30 million back on the initial investment that the developer is making, even after the tax abatement is I guess matured in 5 years, and they paid that substantial amount immediately after that tax abatement is over. How does that make sense for them, seeing that they'll still be bringing in $3 million a year, and they'll be probably asked to pay out on a $50 million building?
I can try and help answer that question. So actually, if you look at this page, if you look at their number with the incentives is 9.9%. That basically says that they're getting 9.9% of the total investment back per year. That's sort of the cash flow. And that's an internal rate of return number, but it's roughly what that's telling you. So what that's saying essentially is if you took 100 divided by 9.9, that's basically how many years it would take for the project to break even. But that's called the unlevered rate of return. So that's the rate of return to both the equity holders, that's the developer, and to the bank that they're getting the loan from. So they're getting a loan from the bank for probably, 5.5% or something over however many years. So what ends up happening is their return on equity ends up being higher. So the return on equity is probably, I don't have the number in front of me, but their return on equity is probably closer to anywhere between 15 and 20%, which means that they're going to get their money back basically between 5 and 7 years is how long it'll take to get their money back as the equity holder.
Okay, help that make sense for me? When they're only receiving $3 million a year, in 5 years, it's about $15 million that they'll be receiving in net.
Right.
After, once again, after all expenditures and paying everybody that needs to be paid, every operations cost, that's $15 million. That's like not even scratching the surface of what.
Right. But their equity is only 12 million, 12.2. So you got to take the 3 million, then you'd have to subtract off. Was that 3 million after debt? Is that after debt payments or before debt payments?
I would assume after.
That's 3 million after.
Yeah. So if that 3 million's after debt payments, that means that's 3 million to the equity holder divided by basically 12 million that they're putting in equity. So that's a 4-year payback period. That's a 25% rate of return.
Okay.
But everything we look at is based off of the unlevered rates of return, because ultimately for projects to happen, they have to get bank financing, and the banks look at the unlevered return because they want to make sure they're going to get their money. So that's why we look at those ranges between 7.9 and 10.5 is sort of the range for this type of project. We've classified this type of project basically as a part hotel, part apartment, because we don't have data on timeshares, but we treated the timeshares as hotel in terms of a risk-reward profile. And so this project sits at 8.7 with no incentives, which is within the range. So you could argue that, perhaps it could be done with no incentives. 9.9 with the full amount, which is towards the higher end of the range. So, I mean, I don't know. It could be argued that you could.
Well, that's what I was looking at. It looks like it's only
Return might be a little high, but
like a 1.2% difference without incentives.
On this project, if I may, Dave Sweeney. I mean, the risk on this project is significant. This was a distressed hotel, and we're trying a different model that's never been done in St. Louis or maybe even in the Midwest. So there's significant risk in this. There's also unused retail that's not being used currently. There's an LOI or interest of a grocery store going in that area, which will benefit the whole area, the whole downtown region. The views are amazing from this building, and you've got 2 other huge buildings that we need to figure out, Mansion House and Mansion House 1 and 2. So this is a real big core of an area of projects. The numbers are, I'll let these 2 guys do that, that's why they're here, but this project does not happen without incentives. And these are folks that are coming in and doing other projects, but that's coming from me and from my clients.
Right. So they would not do the project without.
I don't represent, honestly, I had that conversation with any client the first time I talked to them about the incentives and that things have changed bluntly for the right reasons and that you have to justify, and it doesn't matter what Alderman says, you go through the formulas, you've got to go through that, and the numbers are those numbers. So.
Understood. Well, I think it's a pretty awesome project, especially with it being different from other projects that we do have going on in the city. I just want to make sure that we are making the effort, as of course it was being done before I got here, but to make sure that projects that don't need tax abatement don't get them, because we are losing out on a lot of different revenues, and we keep talking about is all the people and just individuals who are seeking funds for the city to better the city, that there is no money, and we, after people finish with these TIFs and tax abatements, they ask for different incentives, and I just don't think we see the amount of development going on across the city to really justify all of the incentives that we kind of give out as a city. But this is an amazing project, and hopefully it does very, very well. And we can entice other developers to come and do projects similar to these, or ones that are take risks like the developer here. As far as and I have to ask, or have you talked to the client at all about the minority inclusion bill? So have they?
That's in that first conversation as well, Alderman, and and especially for a client that's not from St. Louis directly, and the aldermen, and as all aldermen are in most meetings, those are goals that are very significant, and Alderman Boyd himself has done significant work in there, and I've reiterated bringing in a local GC that is familiar with our rules and regs, especially some of the companies that have a person solely designated for that to work with Vlad Monroe in his office. So absolutely I have.
Definitely want to make sure that's happening. Now, we got all these millions floating around. We should be creating millionaires. Seriously. I support the project, Jack. I really appreciate everything that you do for the city also. Thank you all.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Oldenburg.
Quick questions. Did you mention, I'm sorry if I missed this, is there a contemplated flag for the hotel, or will it be will it kind of be an operator boutique?
Owner operated right now, which in talking with different folks, the issues are we have too many of the same flags.
Yeah.
So this will be a little bit more unique in that.
Good.
But
Yeah.
at this point, yes.
Be a good use for that particular location.
Number of
Yeah.
keys, I think.
And the
It's
number of
unflagged
keys.
currently also.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I know. I've been in it. Another question, real quick, and I might just yield some time to Alderman Boyd, who had some questions maybe about the deeds and assessment process, how the timeshares might be assessed.
How would they record the deeds? How would they make assessments with the timeshares? 'Cause there's basically ownership.
I don't think you have. I don't know how I can do some research on that. I'll get that done for you. But you don't physically have a deed in a property in the city of St. Louis when you own a timeshare. I would think you have a deed of an overall master plan of that, but you're not filing anything down at the Court of Deeds or in Florida, Vegas, wherever you have that.
Okay.
But I can get more information to that. I'd be happy. Well, I'm not going to do it. Somebody else will. That's not smarter than me in my office.
Okay.
I'll get that for you all.
Because, it is ownership. You do own a piece of that real estate technically.
Well, I think it's ownership within that company or there. I don't know if it's the physical, but I'll find that out.
Okay.
I did ask Sean Ordway this question, and he...
Who is John Ordway?
He's our deputy assessor.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually said that they haven't done any timeshares, so it was difficult. He basically just advised me to just treat it like, sort of do a normal income-based assessment on it. There's a good chance that this property doesn't end up assessing it, appraising rather at $50 million because, it's based on the income. Like I said, income approach, and 70% of the income is from the timeshares, and I don't know how the assessor's going to end up doing it. So the amount that we're giving in the abatement probably is not as high as what I'm saying it is here. I tried to go, on the high end to be conservative. I don't know how they're going to end up assessing it. I treated it basically as a combination of residential. So I use sort of a residential hotel mixture of assessing methodologies on it. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Okay, I think we're all done for today. It's been one long meeting. Thanks for everybody's patience. One last question. Jonathan, SLDC's tax abatement for hotels, are any incentives for hotels they've been cutting back? So, I presume this is one of the last ones to come through. Is that correct? Or?
Yeah, so I know we've been definitely cutting back. I know that the board bill that we passed says that we're not going to do any sales tax or basically any TIF on hotels. It did not specifically mention no tax abatement on hotels, but I know there is one hotel project. Is that your ward?
Which one?
It's downtown. It's it's out of the ground. It's not a rehab.
Oh, those by the Omni there?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, by
Anyway, I've seen financials on that one, and it actually is a really good cost benefit for the city. It's building like a new 11-story building out of the ground off of a parking lot. So to me, it makes sense to potentially give them tax abatement. It would not make sense to give them rebate of their sales taxes, but it would potentially make sense for tax abatement.
I think the sentiment's been that we're trying to cut back on hotels because we're using convention.
We did just, did they hire the company? Yeah. I believe we just hired a company to do a hotel market study to give us an idea what the impact is on the existing hotels
Okay.
from these new ones.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions, it's been a long meeting. The chair will entertain a motion on Board Bill number 207.
I move that we adopt Board Bill 207 with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
Second from the Alderman from the 3rd.
Previous roll.
Request for previous roll. Hearing no objections, we'll consider that passed out of committee with due pass recommendation. Thanks, everybody, for your patience today.
Okay.
We'll be back
Keep
next
that.
week and
This is yours.
do it
right,
all over
thanks.
again.
I'm going to keep this. Wow.
Maybe next time we'll have a presentation by itself.
Oh, Alderwoman Boyd, I think, brought some pizzas down.